Hello everyone, I'm Bishi, and today we are starting the Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve. We are beginning the second game in the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, so I'm super excited to be starting a new game. We finished the first one, I believe, last Friday. We are starting the second game, which honestly, like, I could never keep track of what game was named what. Like, now I know the first one is Adventures and this one is Resolve, but I was always just like, it's the Chronicles! And there's two games. But I could never remember what they're called. So yeah, we're starting the second game today. And I don't know much about it at all because I haven't, been super spoiler for this game or anything. New game! Boy, I bet it's gonna be cutscenes and stuff. Do it. That's a cumulus cloud. Oh no!
Standing here in the bright sunshine, looking out over the vast ocean. Those days in London seem like a dream. But I do miss my time in England's vast capital.
Is that her dad?
You know, he's flourished into a truly wonderful lawyer. I've no doubt that at this very moment, he's fighting some noble cause in court. Forgive me for taking so long to come to visit you. My life has been such a whirlwind since I returned. And no one could have predicted what has happened. Just 2 months after arriving home.
I find myself faced with another awful crime.
So I came here today to ask something of you.
Why is that not voiced?
Tomorrow, I shall be standing in court. For the only time in my life. As a lawyer.
Oh! Is it Swan Lady again? Oh!
So please.
Swan Lady's dead?
I ask for your guidance.
What is happening?
Kazuma-sama.
Oh, it's Kazuma's grave! Oh no! I thought it was her dad because he was sick. Okay, maybe he's okay. Kazuma. He has a beautiful gravesite. Oh my goodness. Episode 1, The Adventure of the Blossoming Attorney. Are we playing as Susato now? Is Susato the lawyer now? Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Oh my god. I was like, whoop-pow, whoop-pow, whoop-pow. Like whiplash. What is happening, you know? Oh my goodness. Wizard, thank you so much for resubscribing for 7 months. Truly summoning Shadow Dio. There is just a black box there where Dio is supposed to be. So I don't know what's going on with that alert there, but thank you so much for resubscribing for 7 months. Oh my goodness. Also, I see some people popped in the chat. Welcome in PC Man and welcome in Wizard. Let me make your star real quick. This game is already starting off strong. My god. It's been like 5 minutes, and yes, Enna, we are in the second game. I finished the first one last Friday. Now we're in the second one, and here is your star in the chicken jar. Oh my god. Starts you with the feels. Yeah, I didn't know what to feel at first because I didn't know whose grave it was. Oh my god. Fun fact, this game has a lower budget than the first one, hence the lack of animated cutscenes, but Capcom made it work. Interesting. Okay. Oh, here's something I'm curious about. How much time passed between the release of these two games? Obviously, when it was localized, they were already put into a bundle, but like in Japan, how long did people have to wait? I still miss you, Katana boyfriend, man. This is where I head out to start playing this game tomorrow, but have fun. Y'all see y'all soon. Thanks so much for being here, Archer. I totally understand not wanting spoilers, so have a good night. We'll see you later. See you next time. Wasn't expecting voice work. Yeah, both games have voice work. 2 years. Okay. I waited like 4 days. Well, that's nice. But that's not too long to wait for next installment. Some games take 15 years to get the next one. I couldn't wait 2 years, man. I know, cause like it doesn't quite leave off on a cliffhanger, but it kind of does, huh? Cause it has that scene with like the secret code, and Kazuma's name pops up. So you're like, huh? What's that about? And then you have to wait 2 years, man. All right. 13th August, 8:26 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendants Antechamber 3. Here I am again, after 9 months. The Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. I feel so nervous, but I must steel my nerves and find a way to compose myself. I can't believe we're playing as Susato. I love that. Oh good, you're here. It doesn't do for a lawyer to be late. That's her dad. Oh yes, good morning, sir. I hardly recognize you. Had a fine figure, counsel. It is her dad, right? Yeah, Mikotoba. But you look as white as a sheet, and those wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Oh dear. The truth is, I'm so incredibly nervous I feel utterly nauseated. I almost wish that I'd never been born. That's something to say to your dad. Goodness. Not the sort of thing a father hopes to hear from his daughter, I must say. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Hey friend, welcome in.
Papa, I wish never to have been born!
Yujin Mikotoba, professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. A man who, earlier in his life, traveled to Great Britain to study the latest advances in forensic medical science. And of course, my brilliant father. Excuse me. She's cute. She's cute!
Would I be correct in thinking that you're to be my lawyer in court today?
Yes. Yes, that's right, miss.
Well, I want to thank you for agreeing to represent me. I swear on my life. It's a complete fabrication. This whole thing.
I love her outfit. Remember me. Remember me. I was like, that's an interesting name. Oh my god, remember me. Could have kept her name. They could have kept it, but no. What was her original name? Unless it's like spoilery. She's giving that one girl from Kill la Kill vibes. Oh! Yeah. Oh god, I can't remember her name, but I know who you're talking about. Are they for real? Hayori Murasame, which is just a name. Okay, so they didn't have a pun. A normal name, right. They had to give her a pun. Oh my god. That's interesting. I always assume that when Ace Attorney is translated that they turn a pun into a pun, you know? But that's interesting. They change it from a normal name to a pun. Everyone just calls her Hayori, okay. I'm probably gonna end up calling her Rei, just because that's what I'm gonna see every time I play this, but... Rei, born the same year as I and my greatest friend, so they're the same age, okay. Both a baby. Though unusual for a woman in our time, she works at the university research laboratory helping my father. Somehow made her name less Japanese. Right. They're lesbians. They're best gal pals. The Ace Attorney formula is a best friend equal gay. I will accept this. Oh, I did not get that in my playthrough. The pun? I I feel like it's something you have to say out loud. First and last, you know? Because I didn't get it looking at it. I was like, Membami. That's an interesting Japanese name. And then when I said the whole thing, I was like, oh. Sadly, she's the defendant in today's trial, accused of committing a truly awful murder. I'm just stoked to be playing a female character protagonist in Ace Attorney. I think that's amazing. Are you feeling all right? Since we started talking, you seem, well, to have become a little flushed. Oh my, well, it's just that you looked so gallant and dashing. Oh. Lesbians! Let's go, lesbians! Sorry? And when I fall under your intense gaze, it makes me feel rather bashful. Okay, lesbians! Okay. Yes, there was also that Ishin character. Yeah, I didn't get it until I said it out loud, I think. Let's go, lesbians. Historians are still divided over whether Susato and Rei were lovers or simply very good friends. Her intense gaze with a Y and a Z, yes. Goodness, I don't think she knows. She hasn't realized who I am. What? She doesn't recognize her friend? Ha 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 ha! It would seem our little plan for this trial is going to work. Oh, well, what do you mean, Professor Mikotoba? If even your best friend can't see through the disguise, I think we can relax. She's disguised? Disguise? Yes. I've never tried dressing this way before, of course. I wasn't sure how convincing it would be. But this does make me feel a little relieved, as you say, Father. Father? What is happening? What? Is that you, Susato? I'm gonna be honest. When she didn't recognize her... Oh, shit, things are happening. I'm sorry, I didn't see it. Oh, we have history for that. That's fine. When she said she didn't know who she was and her name was Remember Me, I was like, oh no, does she have, like, a memory problem? I thought she had amnesia or something. Susato apparently is wearing a disguise. Okay. I'm so sorry I didn't say something sooner, Rei. It's just that... No! What are you doing? What's going on? What? That varsity uniform, that varsity cap, that varsity cape, that varsity badge. Look at you. You look for all the world just like a student of the Imperial Yume University. A male student. Oh, okay. Can we still have lesbians, though? I'm so glad you think so. It means all my preparations have been worthwhile. I woke at 4 this morning to make a start. But I don't understand. Why are you dressed like that? Well, you see... It was the only way. The only way she would be permitted into the Supreme Court to take on your defense in this trial. My defense? Never before in my life have I felt so frustrated at having been born into this body. Courts in Japan are barred to women. We're not even allowed to set foot inside the courtroom, despite the fact that the laws of the land apply to all people, male and female alike. But women are forbidden. Just for today, I'll be leaving my true self at the courtroom door, so that I can act as your lawyer. Oh, Susato, you would go to such lengths for me? Of course. You're my greatest friend. I just worry that I shan't be the lawyer you deserve. Oh no, I have complete faith in you. Rei. It's so strange, though. I mean, you're such an accomplished judicial assistant already, and yet, just because you're a woman, what a wretched reason. I mean, why shouldn't you be allowed in court? You're so gallant and dashing. Okay, we're still lesbians. We're still good to go for lesbians. Rei, oh no, am I bi? Yeah. Oh no, what are you doing? My sexual identity. For bi-awakening. Forever lesbians! And they're talking about this in front of the bailiffs! Yeah, the bailiffs just have really bad hearing. Oh. So gallant and dashing.
Ray, please don't look at me like that, with those flushed cheeks and doting eyes.
Oh no, I am also bi.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's just, you really do look so dashing. Yes, you mentioned that once or twice.
You should be pleased. It means you look convincing as a man.
I am pleased, I think. It certainly helped to bolster my confidence today. Hey, you're managing to put on a brave face in all this, but I can see through it. I've noticed how your shoulders are slumped and how you're trembling ever so slightly. Susato, you do believe in me, don't you? I didn't do it. I couldn't have. I mean, murder. Of course. You have nothing to worry about. Your conscience is perfectly clean. Isn't that right? Yes. Yes, it is. Perfectly clean. I have absolutely no doubt in my mind about your innocence, which is why I'll stand by you until the bitter end in this trial. Whatever happens, I'll always be on your side.
So both games are starting with someone representing their best friend. That didn't go so well for Kazumu. So, Ray is okay. Don't tell me anything. Don't say anything.
Because that's what it means to be a defense lawyer. That means so much to me, Susato.
Defendant, counsel, court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. All right, no British accents. No British accents. I'm so used to it. You should go in at once, Ray. If you're late, the judge won't hesitate to pronounce you guilty.
Oh. Stand aside!
Oh.
I don't think I've ever seen her run so fast.
Well, Susato, you've certainly surprised your father, going to such lengths to be admitted into the courtroom, and with no prior experience of being a lawyer.
There was simply no other way. That's all there is to it. But Father, you haven't told her, have you? I mean, I'm right in assuming that Ray doesn't know how it came to this.
Yes, quite right. I've kept that information from her. It would only worry her if she found out that no other lawyer would agree to take her case. Ew. I didn't want to burden her with that.
And is it true? The reason why every other lawyer is refusing to take the case? Is it really because of who the victim was?
Yeah, I'm assuming it has to do with some political drama, because that was the British swan lady in the preview. We should be making a move now, too. As you know, law isn't my field, but I'll do what I can to support my student.
Thank you, Father.
Alright.
I am Susato Mikotoba, a judicial assistant. 8 months ago, I accompanied a student of law on a study trip to Great Britain. But 2 months ago, due to unforeseen circumstances, I found myself back in Japan.
Yeah, I'm glad her dad is okay. Love that her dad supports her, right? We stand supportive fathers. Another fun fact, if you put Susato's DLC costume on, it replaces the disguise. So, disguise for the disguise, yeah. Is the swan okay? That's all I care about. I hope the swan is okay. I hate being born in this body, and being dressed as a man gives me confidence. I'm sure we shouldn't read too much into this, right? Oh. I know, I'm looking forward to seeing how she looks right now. I gotta see the gallant and dashing Susato. I gotta see it.
How many times have I wished that he were here, I wonder? Still, I have no choice now but to steel myself for the trial ahead. Wish me luck, Naruhodo-san.
13th August, 9 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 1. Oh, there she is! Oh, she looks so cute! This court is now in session to hear the trial of Ray Membami.
The prosecution is fully ready to proceed, Your Excellency. Why is his hair still...
He didn't fix it? Did he always have the little ball of hair right there? A little, stubby unicorn horn? I don't know if he always had that. Oh my goodness. She looks so cute. Defense counsel, are you ready? Yes, Your Excellency. We are ready.
Ready.
She looks just like, Ryu. Too gallant and dashing! I don't think it was there before. Yeah, I don't think so. Come through foot, Susato! Okay, pretty boy, let's go. Oh my god. Oh no, now I'm lesbian too! Oh yes, counsel. According to your registration details, your name is, Ryutaro Naruhodo. Is that correct? Did she just take his name? Ryutaro. Sorry? Oh, yes. I had to come up with a suitable male name for you for this little venture. I'm afraid to say I simply put down the first name that sprung to mind. Wow, good going, Dad. Well, counsel?
Oh, yes, that's right. That's me. Yes, I am Ryutaro, he who has vowed to uphold the pride of the great Naruhodo clan.
Oh. It seems Ryutaro may need to consider how better to uphold his manly act first and not overdo it. And those wild, wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Just relax and listen.
Naruhodo? A fresh face in this courtroom, if I'm not mistaken. But the name Naruhodo, would that perchance be...
You may be thinking of Ryunosuke Naruhodo, currently in Britain as part of a study program. This is, his cousin. That's right. Ryutaro here has been studying in the provinces but was called to the capital for this trial. I assure you, in matters of law, his knowledge rivals that of any of Tokyo's preeminent lawyers.
Any of them. What a pitiful situation. Having been rejected by every lawyer in the capital, the accused has had to call in a country boy.
How dare you? Susato is every bit as gallant and dashing as any of your Tokyo attorneys. I won't have you making fun of her. Oh.
Pronouns, Ray! Pronouns! Her?
Oh,
We are 5 minutes into the trial.
Please be careful, Ray.
What an unrefined tomboy we have here. But I wonder, is your gallant and dashing lawyer up to the challenge of defending you? His wide, skittish eyes very much suggest that he is not.
I'm so nervous. Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand what Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, eyes are wont to flit.
The case to be heard on this day is a matter of great significance to our national interests. In fact, it would be reasonable to assume that the outcome of this trial may well affect the very future of our empire.
Just like the trial 9 months ago. And yet, for proceedings of such importance, we have this unknown yokel by the dock. Dear me.
Perhaps this would be an appropriate moment for me to assess the defense. To determine whether you are sufficiently competent to practice in this courtroom. 9 months ago, when a certain other Naruhodo stood where you're standing now. The same judge tested him as well. Even though he was just a student at the time, not even of law, he passed the test with flying colors. For a trained and experienced judicial assistant like you, this will be easy. So, counsel, do you consent to answering some simple questions?
All right, it's time to prove myself. Yes, Your Excellency, but please do make them simple.
Very well. To start with, you will state the name of the victim.
Phew, that is simple. I couldn't forget that if I tried.
You couldn't not remember it? What's the matter?
Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand something else Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, minds are wont to blank.
It's not surprising, really. It's your first time in this position and in that guise. Even a bright spark like you is bound to flicker and falter a little under the circumstances.
Oh dear. This is a dismal failure.
Don't fret. You need only use the knowledge you've gained as a judicial assistant
This guy stinks!
to overcome the problem.
Of course.
The court record.
Yes. The answer will be amongst all the key information about the case in the court record.
That's right. Just use R to open the court record, yeah. Tutorial! I mean, if you played this 2 years later, you would need the tutorial. This is important. I need you to meme. It's funny. And an achievement. What are you referring to? Did I miss the moment? He passed the test with flying colors, first try with 0 law experience, so no pressure. No pressure or anything. Not at all. R. Then you need to flip to the people section. And don't take too long over it. His Excellency is watching you closely.
Alright, check the court record with R. That's where the information I need will be.
Yeah.
My best friend works as an assistant to my father in his lab at the Imperial Yume University.
Here's the victim. A former British exchange student. 9 months ago, she was found guilty of the murder of visiting Professor Dr. John Wilson. But, like, why is she not in prison? I'm waiting, counsel. What is the name of the victim in this case? Oh, the victim! I was thinking the defendant. Oh my god.
Yes!
See, that's why I was asking. What am I supposed to do? I didn't know what you meant. What was the meme? I don't know. I'm playing the game. I'm playing a video game and I'm trying to play it good and get the right answers.
The name of the victim who lost her life in this case is Miss Giselle Brett. Giselle Brett.
A name that will never be forgotten in the courtrooms of our country, I'm sure. Correct. And being a member of our empire's judiciary, you will be well aware of the significance of that name. So, let me pose another simple question. As you know, Miss Brett was a visiting student from the Empire of Great Britain. Why, then, is her name indelibly associated with our own empire's judicial history? Obviously, you won't have forgotten that case from 9 months ago. But if it's proving hard to recall the finer points, everything you need is included in the court record.
Obviously, I still remember. That was the start of everything. Giselle Brett. Behind the woman student persona was the face of...
a killer. Queen Victoria! Queen Victoria. A killer.
Yes!
9 months ago, a visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University was killed. And the culprit was Giselle Brett.
Yes, she was a killer. At the time, our country had just signed a new treaty with the Empire of Great Britain, and it was in the midst of this delicate diplomatic situation that the incident occurred. An Englishman, Dr. John H. Wilson, was shot dead. I believe he was an associate of yours, Professor Mikotoba. Yes, I was indebted to the man. He'd been my mentor when I went to London to study forensic medicine. Indeed, it was I who invited him here to Japan as a visiting professor at the university. Naturally, the murder of an Englishman on our soil was a matter the government wished to resolve rapidly. Indeed it was, which is why a secret trial was conducted here at the Supreme Court. A student of the Imperial Yume University was arrested on suspicion of murder. A second-year English language student by the name of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I forgot he was in school for English. With the help of his best friend, a student lawyer, the accused conducted his own defense and exposed the despicable crime committed by Miss Giselle Brett. Miss Brett eventually admitted to her crime. However, when questioned about the motive that drove her to take Dr. Wilson's life, she gave no satisfactory answer before the trial reached its conclusion.
Immediately after the trial, the British government brought its consular jurisdiction into play. We were unable to sentence Miss Brett according to our empire's laws. It was decided that she would be removed to Shanghai, China instead.
Why Shanghai? There's a British consular court there. Correct. I oversaw the negotiations personally. The date of her transfer to Shanghai was finally settled upon only last week. Oh wow. All that remained of our empire's obligations was to see the woman safely on board a steamship. So she was waiting to go to the other court for like 9 months. Wow.
And yet, the very day before her departure, the Englishwoman was killed.
Only the day before. Interesting. Let me open up notes for this new game. Okay, so Brett was killed the day before she was supposed to go. China. Okay. He was an English major and became an entire lawyer. Yeah, from English to lawyer. That will do. I'm satisfied that the counsel for the defense is sufficiently capable of representing the defendant.
Oh. Thank you, Your Excellency. Over the first hurdle.
Now a summary of the incident, if you please. Prosecutor Ouchi.
As is your wish, Your Excellency. The repugnant crime took place on the 11th August in broad daylight.
Hurts.
On the outskirts of the imperial capital, under a bright blue sky, at a secluded bathing spot by the sea.
Crab. I'll see the crab.
The incident occurred inside a small beach hut erected for bathers to rest or change their clothes.
So she was just freely going around the country?
The cause of death was a single stab wound to the posterior abdomen that pierced the victim's lung.
Damn.
An injury which proved fatal.
I don't think the swan is okay.
There were 2 persons alone together in the beach hut at the time of the victim's death. Miss Brett in her bathing attire, and the accused, Ray Membami. Accordingly, there can be no doubt of the accused's guilt, especially when we consider she had a powerful motive. The police arrived rapidly at the scene and promptly arrested the young lady.
The crab did it. Well, that extraordinary description of events leaves me somewhat lost for words, I must say.
That's certainly true. The prosecution's summary was full of words that raise an awful lot of questions. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about
the bathing spot. Try a powerful motive. I would say that. Oh yeah, I guess let's do a new save. There it is. Resolve.
You're clearly exaggerating. Powerful motive is a blatant overstatement. the yokel boy using long words he doesn't fully understand?
I beg your pardon?
No matter. Let us put this to the accused, shall we? Membami-san, you are a research assistant at the Imperial Yume University, I believe.
Yes, I am. I'm working with Professor Mikotoba in his laboratory at the moment.
I can confirm that. The defendant is an excellent assistant with a strong sense of responsibility.
Fascinating to hear. Now another question. Prior to your work with Professor Mikotoba, whose research were you assisting then?
Oh, I was studying under Dr. John H. Wilson,
Of course. Dr. Wilson? Visiting English professor who was murdered by Miss Brett 9 months ago.
The accused had a deep-seated respect for her former mentor, Dr. Wilson. Is that not true?
Yes, Dr. Wilson was a wonderful man.
Interesting. Then tell the court what deep-seated feelings you had towards the Englishwoman who killed him.
Well, obviously I was filled with hatred for what she'd done. A powerful hatred.
You really shouldn't be saying that, Ray.
Oh no, Ray. Be careful of what you're saying.
The motive was revenge. Plain and simple, Your Excellency.
Well, it was clearly a trap all along.
How wicked of him to use Ray's undying respect for her former mentor against her like that. I must find out more details, and something we can use to bolster our defense.
Right? Motive would be revenge. Coming from him anyway. Hey Dan, welcome in. Yeah, the swan person has died. And I don't know how the swan itself is doing. I assume it's not okay. Love Susato's outfit. Yeah, so Susato is posing as a boy in order to actually represent her friend in court because women are not allowed to. So she is dressed up in a disguise at the moment. I'd like to think the swan is free. I hope so. I hope it just got knocked out like when she fell and then it flew away. Let's just hope that collectively. As I hated the person I'm accused to kill, right? I'm like, please don't say that.
As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel and what he said about...
Okay, so that wasn't the answer. Being alone together?
Membami-san. Yes, what is it, Susato? Naruhodo-san.
I'm really starting to wish we'd made my alias Ryutaro Susato.
Please tell the court why exactly you were present at the bathing spot with the victim in the first place, and why you were alone with her. Oh, well, no, that's not true. It wasn't like that at all. There were other people present, a detective who was guarding Miss Brett for starters. I was just asked to accompany Miss Brett as a companion, that's all.
Why?
But let us be clear. At the moment of her death, you were alone together with the victim in the hut. You and no one else. The truth is, there is only one reason why this young woman accompanied Miss Brett for her bathing sojourn. It was the accused's last chance to take the victim's life.
No.
Because, as we know, the following day would see Miss Brett extradited to the British authorities in Shanghai. And the accused would never have an opportunity to dispatch her again.
Kindly refrain from conjecture, counsel.
The prosecution counsel seems to enjoy using provocative tricks like that. But for now, at least, we need to assemble more facts. Try not to let him goad you.
Oh dear, this is really terrifying. My father's right. We need more information. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up on the prosecution what he said.
Okay, the bathing spot. Maybe we're supposed to say everything?
If I may, Prosecutor Ouchi.
What do you want, you fresh-faced young yokel student?
I wonder, could you explain, please?
You mentioned a bathing spot.
Ha! My apologies. Clearly my modernity has confused the poor country bumpkin's simple mind. Bathing spots are the very latest trend in health practices from the West. We are told that bathing in the water of the ocean is curative, therapeutic, and excellent for the skin's...
No, that's not what I meant. I was referring to the fact that Miss Brett had, to all intents and purposes, been found guilty of murder. Why would a known criminal have been relaxing by the sea?
That's what I was wondering.
For old time's sake, I believe.
Sorry?
Miss Brett was to depart for Shanghai the following day. Her final wish, as it were, was to enjoy a day at our country's wonderful coast.
Why would you give her a final wish? She killed someone. Why would you let her... What? She's going to Shanghai to go to court again. So why would you let her do what she wants? I don't understand. I get if she was gonna die or something, but she wasn't. She was going to China to... Like... Who allowed this? They allowed a known murderer in a public space, right, with other people. Like, what is happening?
And the British Embassy put extreme pressure on our government to comply. What?
But on what grounds would we agree to such a request?
Because, as usual, our government is unable to stand up to foreign powers. In matters of diplomacy, it seems we don't even have the courage to decline the whims of a known criminal.
Don't look at me, Professor. It was the government who granted permission, not I. In any case, it was decided that with a dedicated detective on duty, nothing could go wrong.
I would have been worried that Ray would be murdered in that hut, you know?
But in fact, a murder took place.
I said don't look at me. It was that young student girl who did it, not I.
No one has proved that yet.
I wouldn't provoke the man if you don't need to. I believe we all have a clear picture of the incident now. Despite her guilt being determined 9 months ago, Miss Brett managed to avoid incarceration, instead continuing her research work at the university, huh? Obviously, over that period, she and Ray would have encountered each other on a number of occasions. Are you kidding me?
Seeing the murderer of the mentor for whom she had such great respect enjoying such undeserved liberty.
Yes, even if it was only temporary until Miss Brett's extradition to Shanghai. You can hardly blame Ray for her feelings of anger and resentment.
Poor Ray.
So, Your Excellency, if you'd be so kind as to peruse this exhibit, a photographic print that shows the scene of the crime immediately following the grim incident.
Ooh! Oh, the feathers from the swan! Thank you, Counsel. A tragic image. Oh my god. Oh yeah, so that's her dress in the back. So she's in her bathing suit and was going to change. There's some spilled, like a bottle and a glass. Her mask fell off. There's feathers from the swan. And it looks like she's holding a pen? And then there's a little suitcase with some more clothes. Okay.
As you can clearly see, there is nowhere within the hut that anyone else could have hidden.
Could be hiding in the dress. Or the tablecloth. I don't know. Court will accept this photographic print as evidence. Photographic print of the scene taken by police just after the incident occurred. The stab wound in the victim's back is clearly visible. As I understand it, then, the victim and the defendant were alone inside the beach hut at the time. Yeah, let's look at that again. Also, time of death is just after 2. Believed to be due to trauma to the victim's lung from a knife blade. Only a single wound identified. Single deep stab wound from behind, piercing a lung. Death would have occurred within minutes. Extreme meiosis, pupil constriction, was observed in the victim in both eyes. That's interesting. Okay. And there's a bunch of footprints at the entrance. I guess because this is sand, it's at the beach. Yeah, there's spilled wine or something. Okay. The murderer was the swan. The swan got tired of being her hat. I like the swan. I don't like her, but I like the swan. This is deeply troubling, I must say. The finger of guilt points firmly at the defendant.
Well, Your Excellency, naturally the prosecution has much more to its case. We intend to prove the accused's appalling actions beyond all possible contention. To that end, I can confirm that we have multiple witnesses to the crime and damning evidence.
Witnesses? But who?
One of whom, I might add, is a highly respected police detective. I assure you, the testimony of these witnesses will leave no room for doubt.
The swan was a mother. I know that's true! It had a bunch of babies! I almost forgot about that. Very well then, counsel. Bring forth your witnesses.
I, Takatsuchi Aochi, have been waiting for this moment.
Sorry?
Oh yes, I haven't forgotten. That trial 9 months ago, here in this very courthouse, when that irreverent little student boy utterly humiliated me.
Oh yeah, you didn't have the little ball there.
Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Yes?
This insult to the Aochi family name will never be forgotten.
You've become conceited with age, counsel. But the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. Bam. His hair didn't grow in 9 months. It's just stayed the same.
Strike the head of a samurai whose top knot has been cut, and the bell of cultural enlightenment tolls, huh? Yes, on that fateful day, my former self died.
The start of your own mini Meiji revolution. Are you modernizing as well, counsel?
Silence! Since I swore revenge back then, there has been a minor miracle atop my head. Observe the Aochi growth. You see? You see this seed of hope sprouting forth from the barren expanse of my crown?
I think that tiny growth is trying to tell me something. I'm afraid I can't really see. Where is the hope exactly?
I said silence! Today I face another yokel student of the Naruhodo clan. Well, I will vanquish you. And my victory will be fertilizer for the seed of hope atop my head. You have been warned. With that, the prosecution calls the witnesses to the stand.
Looks like the stakes are high on both sides in this trial. Prosecution and defense each has much to lose.
A haircut is hardly comparable to Rei's life.
I'm glad he finally addressed it. Hello? Okay, we got... Well, we know these two, don't we? We know these two.
Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court.
Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Imperial Police Bureau. I'm in disguise, obviously, so I can go undetected. Is that a turtle on his head? Is that a turtle? And I am, well, the next big thing in books. An author renowned throughout the capital, in fact. Yes. Soon to be sold out. Satirical I Am a Cat. A sensational success by Soseki Natsume. There's a reporter here. Oh my goodness. Struggling student from the provinces, please. You needn't be in awe of me. I needn't? It's only natural that you'd feel nervous in my presence. But all of you, please relax. Call me Soseki, even. Yes. What on earth is Soseki-san doing here? Tread carefully, Susato. That author fellow knows you from your time in London, doesn't he? He exposes you for who you really are. This will be over before it's begun. They both know who she is. Yes. Yes, of course. I know.
I presume Soseki-san won't have forgotten about me. I could certainly never forget him. Although he does seem to have changed somewhat in the 6 months or so that it's been since I last saw him. And as for Inspector Hosonaga, that amazing outfit is hard to believe.
The turtle! It's got blushies.
Do I have something on my face? Well, your glasses for one, although they don't seem to be helping you see. Thank goodness he hasn't recognized me either.
Ah, I suppose it's this disguise, is it? I thought that appearing here in the clothes I was wearing at the time would make for a more faithful testimony. It is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly. Well, I can appreciate why an Imperial Police Bureau detective might have been present. But what business did a writer such as yourself have being at the scene, Soseki-san?
Ah, well, you see, I had been asked that day to give a lecture, on the morning of the incident, in the Imperial Yume University's Grand Lecture Hall, no less. At Yume University? After the lecture, I had a very pleasant conversation with a researcher from the medical science department. The professor over there, in fact. With Professor Mikotoba?
Yes, that's right. It was arranged by one of the newspapers. They wanted some story or other about 2 former students who'd studied in Great Britain.
Of course, being a renowned author, the press never leave me alone. They secretly spy, snapshots, scribble stories, and scupper my privacy. Scooper?
Lie for us witnesses, lie! Yeah, can't they be on our side for once? Yes, I Am a Cat is a real book. Yeah, so that character is actually based on a real person that existed. And they were also referenced in Ishin as well, Yakuza Ishin.
As you can see, the conversation was written up in this newspaper here. Read it at your leisure, my provincial, struggling student friend. I have plenty of copies.
Thank you very much. He practically threw that paper at me. Soseki Natsume article has been entered into the court record. A newspaper containing an article about a discussion between my father and Soseki-san. The debate became quite spirited. There's a cat! Wonder why there's a crack here. That's interesting. I'm gonna jot that down. Is that Wagahai's kitten? Probably. I think so. In the other game, they did say he brought kittens on the ship. I guess he somehow snuck them to Japan.
Anyway, following my interview with the professor, the lady in question appeared and made a very unexpected announcement. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. Those were her words, of course.
As I explained before, Miss Brett was never taken into custody. She continued to work in my laboratory under strict surveillance, of course.
At which utterance, the university immediately contacted the government to seek guidance. And the response was, permit Miss Brett to go as long as a detective accompanies her.
That detective, I am at liberty to divulge, was me, Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga.
Thereby, the entire party departed cordially for the seaside, it seems.
It was extremely challenging to clear all other members of the public from the vicinity of the beach. Wow. So she got like a private beach, and she murdered someone? Like, really? Fortunately, I am at peak physical fitness at the moment, so I was able to carry out my duty flawlessly.
Oh my, Inspector, you do have something on your face right now.
Ah, how unsightly. I do apologize.
Does that mean that you went to the beach too, Father?
No. Fortunately, I had work to finish off. But unfortunately, of course, it meant that, as my assistant, Ray was invited to take my place.
Of course, being a renowned author, I didn't like to decline the invitation. Ah, but if only I had! I'd never have seen that awful sight! Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret!
Very well. I must now ask you to present your formal testimony to the court. You will give an account of all that you witnessed on your impromptu excursion to the coast.
Of course, Your Excellency. Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret, I am.
Additional fun fact, unlike the Doyle estate and their mandate that homes have no feelings, the Natsume estate let Capcom have free reign over how to use Soseki in the game. Their only condition was to emphasize that he hated his stay in London. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's nice. On the day of the incident, I was ordered on a special surveillance assignment in this disguise. Okay. Love that that was their one condition. It's like, he hated Britain. He hated it. Make sure they know that.
I just managed to catch that crab when I suddenly heard a caterwaul from behind me.
Caught the crab.
I ran into the beach hut at once, where I found the pair in question. Yes, yes, yes! That young girl was astride the Englishwoman, dagger in hand, as she stabbed wildly! I saw blood on the blade. It proved to me that she'd stabbed the victim multiple times.
Multiple times? Well, that's already wrong. She only had one wound.
Indeed. It does appear from this testimony that both witnesses here present saw it. The very moment of this heinous crime.
What?
Now, if you will recall, I promised evidence as well. What phrase did I use again? Ah, yes, that was it. Damning evidence.
What have you there, Counsel? A so-called fountain pen, is it? Correct, Your Excellency. I found it at the scene whilst examining the body. It appears that in her dying moments with her final ounce of strength, the victim clutched a piece of evidence that would positively identify her killer.
What? Oh, maybe it's her pen?
Your Excellency, if you would cast your eyes over the photographic print of the crime scene once more.
And she's holding it.
Ah, goodness me! Yes, the victim is clearly grasping something quite deliberately there in her hand. That's right, the fountain pen. And if you would kindly examine the pen, Your Excellency... Ah, the owner's initials have been engraved into the ebonite barrel. R.M. Ray Membami. Anybody else with those initials? Not so far.
It might be her pen, but it doesn't mean she did it. Like, hello? In real life, Soseki spent a few years in London. In the game, they let him leave after one. Yeah, he wasn't having a good time. He's having a very bad time.
The initials of the defendant.
No! No!
This fountain pen will be admitted immediately as critical evidence.
Pen of the victim was found grasping in her hand. It carries the initials RM. I can't look at it? Okay.
So, have I omitted anything? Decisive testimony and damning evidence. There's a bright blue sky outside the courthouse today. Perfect weather to ascribe guilt, I feel.
I don't understand.
The prosecutor Ouchi of 9 months ago had none of this man's poise. Counsel for the defense, you may begin your cross-examination now. Naruhodo-san.
Naruhodo. That means... Oh, yes, me!
Is there another Naruhodo in my courtroom?
Actually, there isn't even a single Naruhodo in your courtroom.
Cousin Ryutaro, pull yourself together, please.
Alright, I've seen this countless times as a judicial assistant. Find inconsistencies in the witnesses' testimonies to prove that they're lying somehow. That's all there is to it. That's how a real lawyer would handle a cross-examination. So let's see what I can do. Well, I already saw an inconsistency at the end, I think. A witness scene. I guess we'll press everything anyway, but I am pretty sure I just need to show the autopsy report for the last dialogue. She'd stabbed the victim multiple times, yeah. Alright. On the day of the incident, I was ordered on a special surveillance assignment in this disguise.
Hold it!
In that jaunty disguise? Correct. Wait, no. I mean, it wasn't the first time I've worn this swimsuit for a dip in the ocean. It's tried and tested. Do what must be done to keep the Englishwoman under surveillance. Those were my orders that day.
And this tried and tested outfit was the answer?
Being able to blend flawlessly into a crowd is an important part of a detective's job. Well, what about the turtle? I submerged myself in the salty water, leaving only Mr. Turtle floating inconspicuously on the surface. I figured it would be something like that. That sounds adorable. Mr. Turtle loves the water. The turtle is the disguise.
But there was no need for you to blend into the background on this assignment, really, was there?
If that made you late arriving on the scene, I think perhaps you had your priorities wrong.
Perhaps I shouldn't pursue this line of questioning any further at the moment.
I just managed to catch the crab when I suddenly heard a caterwaul behind me.
Hold it!
You're describing the victim's scream, presumably, Sasaki-san.
In more literary terms, you might say it was a scream that could have pierced the heavens. Yeah! Or the like. Of course, that's just a metaphor. We renowned authors are wont to describing things so.
Sasaki-san wasn't at all like this in England.
Anyway, I spun around at the noise, and the beach hut immediately fell under my gaze.
Yes, the beach hut.
The area is popular with government ministers. Many have seaside retreats there for rest and recuperation. Locals are prohibited from entering the area, so it's always very quiet. The beach hut is a simple structure erected as a place for people to change or take refuge from the sun. Although, the Englishwoman commandeered the hut for herself, which meant that I was forced to change into my swimwear on the sand.
Ah, I imagine that was rather embarrassing for you.
Well, anyway, I tossed the crab aside and headed for the beach hut at a run. Or, in more literary terms, I decrabbed and beetled off hut-wise. I feel like we have to quote decrabbed. We have to quote that. I decrabbed and beetled off hut-wise. Yes, what incredible literary, ability. Incredible. Decrabbed. Decrabbed! He's still currently in a state of decrabbery! There's no crab to be seen! Decrabbed. Forevermore. Thank you, Ruuuvo. I ran into the beach hut at once, where I found the pair in question.
Hold it!
Wait, by pair, you don't mean to say... But how could that be?
No, you misunderstand. Obviously, I mean the victim and the defendant, Rei Membami-san.
Oh, it would have been helpful if you could have just said that from the outset.
If you jump to conclusions, you have to expect to fall flat on your face sometimes.
Dear me! Pinning your hopes on such an outside chance! Foolish! Very foolish! It really was an outside chance. I just wish I'd realized that before I said something silly. So, Inspector, why don't you tell the court how exactly you found the aforementioned pair in the hut?
Well, it was a sorry sight. A really grisly scene. I parted the Norin curtain hanging in the doorway and stepped inside, only to see
the defendant leaning menacingly over the lifeless body of the victim sprawled on the sand.
She was leaning over, menacingly. I will not be reenacting the coughing.
My glasses very nearly cracked at the ominous sight that met my eyes.
How thoroughly appalling!
He doesn't appear to be lying here. Well, Sasaki-san, can you confirm what Inspector Hosonaga is saying, I wonder? Ah, you'd like a literary man's opinion?
Not really. Not really, but...
Yes, yes, yes! That young girl was astride the Englishwoman, dagger in hand, as she stabbed wildly.
Hold it!
Stabbed wildly? You actually saw her do it? Oh, indeed! The terrible spectre! The terrapin inspector! The bloody torrent! The author's torment! Every sight and every sound is still carved in my melancholy memory. That was my impression, at least, as a future literary sensation.
Counsel, what on earth was that shrill, effeminate scream?
Oh, sorry, I didn't do it. I didn't do it.
Oh, no!
No! What are you insinuating? I'm as manly a Japanese man as you! I don't know what happened to the worm. I've just been voicing her normal this whole time, but... I wonder if I might interject here, Soseki-san. Something you said is troubling me. That was my impression, were your words just now, I believe.
Ah, so do you mean to say you're not confident that you really did see what you've described?
Mm-hmm. Getting nervous now.
No! Yes! I know what I saw! My ears didn't deceive me when I heard that scream, hence my eyes didn't deceive me either. I could describe everything I saw vividly. I could publish it all in tomorrow's newspaper serial.
It sounds as though the next installment of I Am a Cat may take a macabre turn.
I think this is a fool's errand. The more we press your author friend on what he saw, the more entrenched he's going to become.
Oh dear. How awkward.
Alright. I saw blood on the blade. It proved to me that she'd stabbed the victim multiple times.
Hold it!
She was stabbed multiple times? How can you be sure of that?
Very simply, from the blood on the blade.
The blood?
When I entered the hut, I saw the defendant holding the blade raised up in the air.
Yes, that's right! I saw it too!
Oh.
And I noted that there was blood on the blade already at that point. In other words, the victim had already been stabbed at least once by the time I arrived on the scene, okay?
Yes, that's right! I saw it too!
More worms have been requested of me. There will be more. And the victim was already holding the defendant's fountain pen in her hand too. All of which means I can be sure the victim did not die instantly.
Yes, right! Saw it too!
Maybe a year in London was too much for him. He sounds like he's forgotten how to speak Japanese.
The logic of your argument is sound, at least. Well, as I said, it is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly.
Perhaps it should have been your guiding principle to protect the victim flawlessly? That's just my personal opinion, of course.
His face. He just coughs when he doesn't know what to say. Oh my god! Counsel, you will refrain from mocking the witness.
But I don't wanna.
What if I want to insult him?
Oh no. I just have so many thoughts whirling around in my head. It's all I can do to stand here wide-eyed and mute.
Goodness, my dear. You really must try to calm down.
But how am I supposed to find an inconsistency in what these two gentlemen are saying? I don't see why either of them would have any reason to lie.
What you must remember, I think, is that witnesses may inadvertently lie at times. For various reasons. A misunderstanding, a mistaken observation, a delusion even.
Ah, a delusion.
What's important is that we determine the truth. and there's only one sure way to do that.
Yes, with evidence, of course.
Spoken like a true judicial assistant. During witness testimony, you can use R to pick a piece of evidence to present for consideration. But you need to listen carefully to each statement and compare what's said to the details in the court record. If you find some conflicting information, that may be the inconsistency you're looking for.
Yes, it's all about inconsistencies.
Once you've identified a witness's statement that appears to conflict with a piece of evidence, present the evidence to the witness with X, and the way ahead will present itself to you, I'm sure.
Yes. All right, then. I'll consider the details of all the evidence in the court record against each statement to find an inconsistency. I hope I'm up to the task.
I already got it! Don't forget that you can have the witnesses repeat their statements as many times as you like. Everyone has to start at the beginning, remember. So those wide eyes are quite forgivable. And besides, there's no one else to defend the poor girl.
You're right. I need to listen to the testimony again from the start.
I don't. Alright, we'll save first, though.
Just in case.
Alright, let's present... Yeah, single wound.
Objection!
Her first objection!
With that accusatory cry that just welled up from deep inside me, I think I finally understand. Every time Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san have stood here at this bench.
I'm sorry, not beach. They were talking about beaches earlier.
At this bench, the stakes have been very, very high indeed.
What's the meaning of that menacing pose, counsel?
I'd like the witness to clarify something for me.
Who? What? Where? When? How?
Not you, Sasaki-san. This query is directed at Inspector Hosonaga.
At me?
In your statement just now, you said that the victim was stabbed multiple times.
Yes, that's right. As I said when I entered the hut, the defendant was already standing over the victim, bloody knife in hand, like a murderous demon.
And yet, that cannot be.
What? Get to the point, please, counsel.
In the post-mortem report, it clearly states,
oh, I love that she goes to her book,
that the victim was stabbed one time only.
Ah. He's just coughing.
In other words, Inspector Hosanaga's testimony is clearly flawed. And Soseki-san,
me?
You claim to have seen Membami-san in the throes of stabbing the victim.
Yes, I did. Wildly.
But both you and the inspector confirm the same point, that there was already blood on the knife that you saw the defendant holding.
Yes, and?
It's quite simple. We know the murder weapon was used to stab the victim only once. Therefore, there is no way there could have been blood on the knife if that single stabbing hadn't already occurred.
Ah, true! And what exactly is your contention, counsel? Are you ever going to tell us?
Yes, Your Excellency. There's only one logical conclusion. What Soseki-san in fact saw was not the moment that the defendant stabbed the victim at all, but the moment that the defendant in fact withdrew the blade from the victim's body.
Yeah, that's what I figured too.
That can't...
Excellent work, Susato. You exploded at them with that objection, and then proceeded to pull them apart systematically.
Objection!
Well, this takes me back. Yes, I seem to remember your cousin staged a scene much like this in that trial 9 months ago. A half-witted child with a half-baked objection attempting to steal the show.
You're right. There were certain similarities. Except that so-called half-witted child managed to outwit the prosecution, who has only half a head of hair.
Slander! My head is quite adequately dressed. In any case, all this talk of stabbing and withdrawing and multiple wounds, it makes not a jot of difference.
What? Why not?
Engage your brain, young man.
When the accused first plunged the deadly weapon into the victim, that was the fatal blow. And it was that moment, just as she had withdrawn the blade ready for her next strike, that the witnesses saw. The knife was already tainted with blood because the accused had already stabbed the victim. All you have successfully shown with your little display is that the mustached author is prone to moments of extravagance. Ma'am, I am in agreement with the prosecution. If the defendant was seen wielding the blade at all, that is sufficient grounds for her actions to be viewed with suspicion.
But if she was withdrawing the blade...
Then we are back where we started.
Sorry?
Consider this, young yokel boy. If the student girl is innocent as you claim, then why would she have pulled the blade from the victim? And with a demon's cold-blooded composure, too. The prosecution demands an explanation, and it had better be good.
Why did Ray pull out the knife?
Ah, yes. Going for the jugular.
What does Father mean by that?
Let the court hear your answer then, counsel.
The truth is, I don't really know. But I have to come up with a plausible reason here, or we won't have a case. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife blade out of the victim's body was surely so she could...
save the game. Let's see. So she could stab her again, save her life, hide the knife. Probably save her life, right? She was probably trying to help her.
According to the post-mortem report, the victim's death was not instant.
That's correct. It's thought she would have remained conscious for a short while after sustaining the injury.
Indeed, giving her the time to take hold of this piece of evidence that clearly indicates her killer.
The point is, being a medical research assistant, Membami-san was compelled to act when faced with the wounded victim. Instinctively, she pulled the blade out in an attempt to save Miss Brett's life.
Is that wrong?
Did you hear that, Your Excellency? It would seem this is the best we can expect of this young yokel.
Indeed. Oh no, I think I was wrong.
Is it just me, or does it suddenly feel much colder in here?
Yeah. Oops. Your Excellency, if I may. Speak, witness. I would like another opportunity to testify. In respect to the slipshod assertion just put forward by the yokel defense counsel, I mean, well.
Slipshod?
An excellent idea, Inspector. Our young yokel hopeful has a modicum of knowledge when it comes to the law, it seems. But in matters of medicine, he appears to possess not one iota of common sense.
I mean, yeah, you're not supposed to take the blade out because then you can bleed out, but I don't know. I couldn't think of anything else. Very well, Inspector, I will permit your request. You will testify again before the court on the subject of the defense counsel's assertion. I mean, we are making progress, so maybe that was the right answer? Yes, sir. I will do so flawlessly. Forensic Medicine Primer. Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. That's basic knowledge that any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Let's not forget that the young student did have a motive for killing the victim. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor. Okay.
Is what you just said true, Inspector? Could pulling a knife from a wound really cause the wound to bleed heavily?
Yes. Think of the weapon itself as a stopper in the wound that prevents excessive blood loss. Until a doctor is ready to provide proper treatment, that stopper shouldn't be removed.
Oh, I see.
Ah, this is why yokels should stay on the farm. Even a quack from some obscure mountain village would have such basic knowledge.
It's getting dragged to hell right now.
Anyone who's ever given someone a little poke with a knife and pulled it out again knows it.
Who's doing that? Who is doing that?
Oh, well, I've never stabbed anyone, you see, or pulled a blade out of a wound, so...
Of course you haven't. I didn't bring you up to behave like a bandit.
Father, is it true what they're telling me?
Yes, it's basic remedial knowledge for medics. Ray would have been well aware of it. If she were to claim ignorance of such fundamentals, that would prove fatal in many ways.
But then, why would Ray have done it? Could she have pulled out that knife in full knowledge it would be fatal for Miss Brett?
I don't know.
Ray never once mentioned anything about the knife to me. It seems almost impossible to believe, but could my friend actually have...
Susato,
Yes?
pull yourself together. We mustn't lose sight of why we're here. Counsel, it's time for your cross-examination.
Oh, yes, Your Excellency.
However, I must warn you that if your cross-examination fails to identify any issue with the established facts, I will be moving to my adjudication immediately afterwards.
I understand. Believing in your clients and fighting for their cause until the bitter end. I knew it would be hard, but I had no idea it would be this hard.
Alright. Forensic Medicine Primer. Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding.
Hold it!
You say doing it without thinking could be a problem. Does that mean that if you use due care and attention, it would be alright?
I wouldn't have thought this needed spelling out, really, but the blade is like a stopper in the wound. Remove it, and a serious hemorrhage will occur. In other words, a medic would need to be present before any attempt was made to withdraw the blade. Doing it without thinking would be madness. You just can't do it.
Oh, well, thank you for such a thorough explanation.
You see, Counsel, when you act without thinking, the result is a bloodbath.
Ugh. Back to the witness testimony, please. It's basic knowledge that any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know.
Hold it!
In that case, there's an obvious explanation here.
Which is?
Clearly, the defendant Rei Membami-san does not possess an ounce of sense.
Oh my god. Susato! What do you think about that, Professor Mikotoba? I'm not sure you should be labeling your best friend as lacking in common sense.
Well, I thought it would be better than labeling her as a murderer.
I don't know. Young people today. If that's friendship, I don't understand it.
Careful, Counsel. A lack of common sense can be a very dangerous thing.
Oh dear. That recoiled on me rather badly.
Waterproof logic!
If no brain, then no think!
That's life, I'm afraid. A lesson everyone must learn. Hopefully, you can see now that this is really basic medical knowledge. Being involved in medical research, Membami-san would certainly have been aware of it. Is it just the angle, or is the judge's hands huge? They look kind of big, yeah. It's like 3D. Oh shit. I didn't mean to do that yet. It's like 3D. And his hands are like up here. Yes. I'm sorry. There's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife.
The defendant had suddenly encountered somebody she knew lying on the ground bleeding to death.
Bishi's hands are huge!
The sight could have shocked her delicate sensibilities, causing her to remove the blade inadvertently.
I really don't think inadvertent actions can explain this. The woman is a medical research assistant. I can't imagine she would behave so irrationally.
Oh, but irrational behavior is a woman's prerogative, isn't it?
Oh dear. You have a lot to learn about women. Only a small-minded man could have such bigoted views. Oh my god.
Oh dear. Perhaps I'm letting my male persona take hold a little too much.
Well, have I managed to convey the basics now? That should cover the medical side of the argument. Let's not forget the young student had a motive for killing the victim.
Hold it!
Whatever the motive, it just isn't in Membami-san's nature to do something so awful.
But she had both motive and opportunity. That's very hard to argue against.
You don't know the defendant.
Objection!
And you, counsel, do not appear to know the law. Yes, evidence is the only way to convince the court of your argument, not feelings. With this fledgling to defend her, I would almost say I pity the accused.
So do I.
Inspector, you will reiterate your point about the defendant's motive, please. Ah, yes. Miss Brett was in many ways the sworn enemy of Membami-san. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor. Okay.
Hold it!
Well, yes, that's true. Dr. Wilson recognized Membami-san's talent and offered her the position of assistant despite her being a woman. She was extremely grateful to him.
Yes, the Englishman appears to have been a very broad-minded individual. Dr. Wilson had no time for outdated traditions. He met with opposition, of course, but he believed firmly in Membami-san's abilities. Clearly, the defendant was in the man's debt, which only serves to prove my point.
This is hopeless. I can't find a single crack in this testimony anywhere. If Ray knew that withdrawing the knife from the wound would threaten Miss Brett's life further, I just can't think of any way to explain why she did it.
Sato, it's at times like these when it's especially important to remember the fundamentals.
The fundamentals?
Evidence is what counts in the courtroom, isn't it?
Of course. But I've been through the court record dozens of times already.
I think perhaps you're forgetting something, though. You needn't take the evidence at face value. You can and must examine it in greater detail, too.
Oh.
I realize this is your first time playing the role of lawyer in the courtroom. So if you need reminding of the rudiments, you need only ask. I'll do my very best to help.
Examine the evidence in the court record. It's an idea, certainly. What should I do?
I think I know what to do. What would the refresher be? I know what to do.
Come to think of it, Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san were always turning evidence over and over in their hands. Yes, I need to examine things in greater detail with A.
Ah, by the look in your eyes, I see it's coming back to you. Go through the court record again and have a thorough look at everything. You may just find a clue.
Yes, I'll do it straight away.
Okay? Did we unlock something now? Ah, now I can look at the pen! I had to unlock that. Okay. Hey Thighs, welcome in. Welcome in.
If we take off the pen's lid... Now let's unscrew the barrel, shall we?
Oh. Empty?
This must be the little reservoir that holds the ink.
Yes, you fill it by drawing ink from a bottle up through the nib.
Is something wrong, Father?
Just that there doesn't actually appear to be any ink in there, that's all.
Oh yes, you're right. It's pretty much empty. Well, it could be on the verge of running out, I suppose.
Okay, a fountain pen bearing the initials RM that has a small reservoir inside into which ink can be drawn. There's a very small amount of liquid still inside. Oh. What kind of liquid, though, I wonder?
There's some sort of emblem here, look. But it isn't a Yume University one.
It must belong to some other organization, I suppose. A business of some kind. But that would seem to imply that the pen doesn't in fact belong to Ray. Ooh. A fountain pen bearing the initials RM and an emblem of some description. There's a very small amount of liquid still inside. And we can look at the initials.
The RM initials are very clearly engraved here.
And the fact that Miss Brett was clinging to this pen in her dying moments is very clearly a message too. To identify her killer, you mean? I don't think there can be any doubt that this is a key piece of evidence in this case. Interesting. I think we've seen everything there is to see. Okay. Oh, now we can look at this too.
Raucous England returnees tell all. This is the interview with you and Soseki-san, is it, Father? It looks as though it was quite an exchange.
Yes, he became a little over-animated when he was talking about his time in England. The photographer managed to capture the moment his hand karate chopped me on the neck.
I do hope you weren't hurt.
Okay. So the front page is good. What's on the back?
This is the newspaper from Soseki-san. There seems to be an important article on the back page as well. Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory.
Yeah. I thought the pen probably had poison in it. We had poison in the first case in the other game.
From Yume's Medical Research. Father, isn't that your lab?
What the? Let me see that. The poison's been stolen?
It's this morning's paper that Soseki-san gave us. Are you saying you didn't know?
As embarrassing as that is for the head of the laboratory, I didn't. I have not heard any such thing. Where on earth could the reporter have gleaned his information?
Come to think of it, there was no article mentioning this story in our paper this morning, was there?
It's a highly toxic poison we've been working on in the strictest confidence. I put Ray in charge of the project.
Ray? She was managing it?
If what's written here is true, it means that she tried to hide the theft from me. And moreover, the details were leaked somehow.
I don't believe it.
You need to read this article very carefully. Alright, article about the poison has been entered into the court record. An article about poison that was stolen from a laboratory at Yume University. Even my father, who was responsible for the lab, knew nothing of the incident. Okay. Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. Following a lecture at Yume by Soseki Natsume on 11th August, it's come to light that a very disturbing incident took place. A deadly poison being secretly developed in the university's forensic science laboratory was stolen. Even the smallest amount entering the body, either via the mouth or a wound from a poison-laced blade, would prove fatal in minutes. Current methods cannot detect the newly developed chemical. The university would have to be consulted. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, starting with impaired breathing and ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death. There you go. Such symptoms would be suggestive of this toxin. It's apparently an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids and rumored to have been commissioned by the military. That's how she died, because in the autopsy report it says that she had extreme meiosis, which is pupil constriction. So there's the connection there, but I'm gonna have to figure out how to use this right now. Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. Any medical research assistant ought to know. There's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. So that's it then. If the knife had poison on it, I think we'll do that, right? Yeah, it'll be that one. Okay. I'm gonna save. Pen actually belongs to Rarelock Malms. RM. Okay, we're going to... What do I do? Do I do the poison article? Or do I do the pen? I'm gonna try the poison article. But before I do, we are about halfway through the stream, so I'm going to take a short break to go get some more water and such. I should only be gone for about like 5 minutes, and when we get back, I will present the poison article and see if that's the right answer. But otherwise, feel free to grab yourself a drink or a snack, and I will be back soon. Alright, I'm back. I think we're about to present the poison article.
Objection!
Okay, I think that was right. When it goes quiet, I feel like that's right.
No, there is one possibility. One very good reason why the defendant might have decided to withdraw the knife from the victim's wound.
What?
The yokel not only has a poor grasp of the law, but is also a poor loser. Tell us then, what possibility do you think you've identified?
It's here, in this newspaper article. An article about a deadly poison having been stolen from a laboratory at the Imperial Yume unit.
Objection!
The victim perished from a stab wound. Poison has no relevance in this case.
But
Prosecutor Ouchi, you will let the defense speak.
Thank you. But a newspaper article. The court cannot rely on the kind of hearsay those wretched publications carry.
Counsel for the defense. I am going to need some tangible basis for your claim. You will indicate to the court precisely what part of the newspaper article mentioned affirms your assertion.
Your Excellency.
yes, of course. Thank you. Ray would never have done something to further endanger Miss Brett's life without just cause. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife from the victim's body is explained in the article where it says, deadly in tiny quantities. Yes. The article reveals the following property about the poison in question. When the toxin enters the body on a knife laced with the poison, it's rapidly absorbed and causes death in minutes.
Are you suggesting...
If the knife used to attack Miss Brett was laced with this very poison, it would explain why the defendant, Membami-san, would have withdrawn the blade as soon as possible. Yes, the truth is, there was an attempt to stop the poison from entering the victim's body.
What? Huh?
Objection!
This is complete and utter nonsense.
Not at all. The defendant withdrew the knife blade from the victim's body not to accelerate the woman's demise, but to save her life, and the prosecution cannot deny the possibility.
Have you not read the post-mortem report? The cause of death was hemorrhage. The word poison appears nowhere in the document.
Well, that's because by acting quickly to remove the blade, the defendant prevented the poison from taking hold.
Objection!
Oh, please. This is clearly desperation. The weasel's last breaking of wind. Poison has nothing whatsoever to do with this case, as I believe the defense is well aware. We have no proof that the information in this wretched newspaper article is at all reliable anyway.
In that situation, what the student should have done is wait for medical assistance to arrive. But instead, you claim she suspected poisoning and took the potentially lethal decision to remove the blade. She must have had a strong reason for her suspicions then, or the argument makes no sense.
Exactly. Well put, Inspector. On what grounds did she do it, yokel?
Why did Ray suspect the stolen poison was involved?
She stole it.
If you want grounds, I'll give you grounds.
What? Susato has her own objection theme, and I adore it so much. I love that they went through the effort of giving her her own music. I love it. The Ace Attorney games are always doing the best they can with the music. I love it.
You can't possibly...
From your expression, counsel, it would appear those are not empty words. But naturally, as you stand in this courtroom as a lawyer, you must be aware that words alone, empty or not, are of no value in our modern justice system. The court demands evidence.
Yes, Your Excellency. I'm well aware of that. I've seen it many times from my place at his side in the Old Bailey.
In that case, counsel, you will present the proof to the court now. Oh, it's a remix of her main theme. I love it. What evidence demonstrates a clear link between this case and the poison in the article? A pen.
Take that!
How exactly would you explain this piece of evidence's connection to the newspaper?
In truth, I'm not really sure. But my father always taught me to ask my elders whenever I was in trouble. So I thought I should ask your opinion, Your Excellency.
If it is advice you seek, Counsel, then I suggest that before indiscriminately thrusting evidence under my nose, why not thrust it under the nose of the professor at your side? What? I think he means you. Good grief. Thrusting that under my nose isn't going to solve anything here. Oh, is it the autopsy report? We must use our heads. The article in the paper had details of the toxin. Now, where have we seen similar details? Does nowhere come to mind? Oh, I'm sorry. I was jumping ahead.
You mean I ought to search through all the evidence looking for that?
If I'm not mistaken, it appears the advice of your elders has given you an idea. Yes. Admittedly, yes.
Yes. I'd like another chance to present evidence if I may, Your Excellency.
Alright. That would be the post-mortem report.
Take that!
I would ask the court to refer to the notes section of the post-mortem report, which reads, extreme meiosis pupil constriction was observed in the victim.
Ah.
Clearly, being a yokel with no knowledge of forensic science, I have no idea, so please do tell me. Presumably, the fact that this condition of the victim was noted in the post-mortem report means that it's an unusual symptom of death.
Well... Under normal circumstances, the pupils dilate when someone dies. If there was extreme constriction instead, that's most certainly unusual, yes.
What are you doing, you yokel detective? In the newspaper article, there's the following information about the stolen poison. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death.
What?
If the defendant, upon seeing the victim stabbed in the back, happened to notice that the pupils of Miss Brett's eyes had constricted severely.
Yes, as a medical research assistant, she would have suspected poison immediately, without doubt.
Prosecutor Ouchi, I think you'll agree, this is very compelling evidence.
I was confused on that one for a second when I played, because I think I mixed up what a few words mean. Oh yeah, it's... And then, like, also it's something you have to really go digging for in the report. It's all the way at the bottom of the last page, so it's fun. I think it's easy to miss.
You yokel student and yokel professor!
Everyone's yokels now. I believe the defense has expertly demonstrated a credible reason for the defendant's actions.
No.
Yujin Mikotoba. Yes, Your Excellency. I believe you are best placed here to confirm or deny the veracity of the defense counsel's argument. Oh, I found it, but thought a word from one thing meant the opposite of the other. No worries. You still got it. You still got it. You will tell the court the truth about the details reported in this newspaper, please. It pains me to have to admit it. But I'm afraid I don't know. You don't know? The toxin was kept under lock and key in my laboratory, certainly, but I was unaware of any theft. Do you mean to tell the court that the reports of this theft are unfounded? No, Your Excellency. Without returning to the laboratory to investigate myself, I couldn't say.
Huh. Listen to the bumbling academic. Unaware of the theft of secret state research from his own workplace until he reads of it in the newspaper.
I wonder who leaked it. I take full responsibility for the incompetence of my supervision.
Father. A pitiful situation for a university professor. You should have more control over your students, rather than allowing them off on killing sprees.
That's totally unfounded. Oh. Oh!
None of this is Professor Mikotoba's fault. It's all my fault. Ray,
Embami-san, you stand accused here. Outbursts like this will not be tolerated.
But it was me. I was the one who noticed that the poison we were developing had been stolen that day.
What?
So you knew. I'd been placed in charge of overseeing the project. It was the day that the professor and Soseki-san were interviewed together for the newspaper. That's when I noticed that some of the poison was missing. Just a tiny amount it was.
Why didn't you let me know immediately?
I was scared. The whole project was supposed to be confidential, but some of the toxin had somehow been taken. So, I decided I would try to get it back before anyone else found out. Because I had a very good idea who the thief was.
The thief?
You don't mean... Yes, of course. It was that dainty Englishwoman.
Miss Giselle Brett.
That's why I decided to join the little group of people going to the seaside. Inside the beach hut, I had confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me, as if she knew she was untouchable. I know it was you who stole the poison.
Well now, whatever do you mean?
And then, she suddenly got to her feet, before falling to her knees in front of me and then collapsing on the floor.
Huh, I wonder if she did it to herself?
That's when I saw the knife in her back. I couldn't understand what had just happened. And then, a moment later, I was seized with fear. The pupils of her eyes they'd shrunk to tiny pinpoints.
I don't believe it. In other words, you realize that the victim was suffering the effects of the stolen poison.
My mind started racing. I hadn't seen anything past Miss Brett's lips whilst I'd been with her, which left only one possible way for the poison to have entered her body. On the blade of the knife in her back.
And that train of thought was what spurred you to withdraw the blade.
Yes. If the amount that had entered her bloodstream was small enough, she might still have a chance. That's what I hoped. Really, I'm so sorry for staying silent all this time.
Your attempt to hide the truth of what happened is not something that can be overlooked. However, I have duly noted the courage with which you confessed in the end.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
Okay, so she didn't steal it.
It's barely perceptible, but I do think the balance has shifted a little here, in this courtroom now.
Objection!
Your Excellency, do not be deceived. The victim just collapsed before your eyes, you say. Well, Membami-san, if that is the case, perhaps you could explain how Miss Brett came to be stabbed.
Well,
You have no answer because the simple truth is that you stabbed the victim motivated by revenge.
Objection!
but you have no conclusive evidence to prove that assertion, do you?
Oh, do you?
Oh, I have evidence, and it is very much conclusive. Oh God, we've done it now.
What's the prosecution counsel up to? It was brief, but he hesitated for a moment there. I'm almost sure of it.
You'll produce the aforementioned evidence at once, Prosecutor Ouchi.
Perhaps some praise is due, young yokel student.
What?
I had imagined there would be no need for me to submit this evidence. But you've brought this on yourself.
Well, that's her taking it out.
What the?
But a more damning shot exists. The cruelty in the air on that beach is almost palpable.
That's her taking it out of her bag. We had a case like this in one of the other Ace Attorney games, too, where someone had actually taken the weapon out, but it looked like they were stabbing them.
This evidence, more than any other, reveals the true extent of the accused's murderous nature, for it shows the precise moment that Membami-san plunged her dagger into the victim's back.
No, that's not true, no. I don't believe it.
Order, order! Counsel for the defense. Was it you who was responsible for that shrill scream that just pierced my courtroom?
Perhaps his voice is yet to break. These yokels are slow of mind and slow to mature.
Oh my god. I'll show you who's slow to mature. Careful now. Susato is starting to show her face here. It is often said that a picture is worth 1,000 words, and here we have ample proof. The court will accept this extremely cogent photographic print as evidence. The incriminating photograph has been entered into the court record. Photographic print taken at the moment the victim was attacked. My friend Ray can be seen kneeling over Miss Brett. So something I noticed right away is that that picture has a crack in it, just like the newspaper article picture. So it was taken by the same person that did both of these photos. So that's going to be important somehow. And there's the knife, which we don't have the knife in evidence right now. Also, isn't this creepy? This is a place where people change. And this person, like, took a picture from the back or something? That's kind of creepy. Okay. What the heck? Who's taking these photos? Yeah, someone with a broken camera.
I can't believe he's had a photograph like that up his sleeve the entire time. It's such a stark image. I'm genuinely lost for words. Wait a minute. I don't understand. How did you... I mean, who took that photograph? Ray.
Objection!
That's of no importance here. Stop trying to divert attention.
Oh,
Objection!
That's an absurd thing to say. It's crucially important. Whoever took this photographic print was a witness to Miss Brett's death. The court must be allowed to hear this person's testimony.
that's true. I will uphold the defense's command. Prosecution will reveal the identity of the person responsible for taking this photograph at once. There's just one photographer in Meiji, Japan, but he's very busy. He's got all the jobs.
Well, I'm afraid I can't do that.
Pardon?
You see, this print arrived at the Imperial Police Bureau headquarters by express post today. But there was nothing to indicate the sender's name or address. The provenance of the print is unknown.
Goodness.
Are we to understand, then, Counsel, that in full knowledge of the fact that this photograph has the murkiest of origins, you nevertheless believe it fit for submission as evidence in the Supreme Court?
When you first produced that print before, I noticed that you hesitated for a brief moment. Because you knew that it wasn't completely reliable evidence, didn't you?
Silence, you yokel student and blabbering professor! What matters is the blatant truth that this print so eloquently expresses.
The defendant has already admitted to pulling the blade from the wound. Clearly, this isn't the moment that the knife was plunged into the victim's back, but
the moment it was withdrawn. Don't waste this court's time with your ramblings.
Indeed. Without knowledge of who produced this print, we have no means of verifying the claim. And the scene it captures is without doubt the most compelling evidence presented to the court. If the defense is unable to shed any further light on the matter, I believe the conclusion is clear.
oh no.
Sato, this is the time for you to fight. If what you've established so far is true, then there can be no doubt. This photograph shows the moment that Ray withdrew the blade from the victim.
Yes, we just need to prove that somehow.
You'll have plenty of time to rue your defeat on the slow train back to the provinces. And to rue the day you came up against Takatsuchi Ouchi in a court of law.
I can't determine who took this photograph, and the trial is going to come to an end. There must be a clue somewhere. There must be some way of working out who took it.
Well, counsel?
Your Excellency, the burning question is who took that photograph, and the truth is, I have the answer. This isn't about whether I can or can't come up with the answer now. I simply have to. The identity of the person who took this dramatic photographic print
is, I assure you, something that the defense can and will reveal. What? No, you can't possibly. But as you so boldly claim that you can, please do enlighten us. Unfortunately, I'm unable to present a name. How utterly underwhelming. Did you really believe you could? However, I am able to present evidence. The defense has a piece of evidence that reveals important details about the photographer's identity. What?
You know, the worst feeling in this game is when you get to a part like this where they're like, the character's really certain of something, like, I have evidence that proves that they are the murderer, and then you don't know what it is. As the player, you're like, where is it? What is it? I don't know what it is. And you just sit there stuck until you finally figure it out. Thankfully, I do know the answer this time. I've been paying attention. Very well then, counsel. Present your proof to the court. Which piece of evidence do you claim reveals something about the identity of the mystery photographer? That would be this photograph. Yeah, look at this photograph. Taken anonymously from the path. I have evidence. We do? Yeah. That happened a lot in the first trilogy. That happened to me quite a lot. I noticed that the Chronicle games are, like, much easier. Or maybe, like, there's probably multiple reasons why, but I'm having a better time playing the game now than I did when I was playing the trilogy. Okay, we're gonna do that.
Take that!
What is that? The newspaper again? Raucous England returnees tell all.
It's not the headline that's relevant here, Your Excellency. It's the photograph. If you look at it closely, you'll notice that there are some white lines on the right-hand side.
Ah, yes, indeed. It had already caught my eye, as it happens.
Ah, what of it? A shadow of some kind, presumably, from the branches of a tree or the like.
Indoors?
Inside?
There are no trees growing inside my lab at the university, I can assure you.
Now, if you look closely at this photograph...
Good gracious.
Yes, exactly the same pattern of lines is present on this photograph too.
Objection!
Great Ace Attorney feels like it leads to the answers a lot better than main series. Yeah. Because, like, I didn't know what to attribute it to, because I do think that is true. And then also, when I played the original trilogy, I didn't play it as often. I would play it maybe once or twice a week, so I would forget stuff in between. And then that's why I started taking notes, and even with notes, sometimes you forget, like, little details. But now that I'm playing this consistently every day, I'm like, oh yeah, I remember that from 2 days ago, you know? So that's also part of it. But I definitely do feel like the game is a little bit easier on your brain. It makes it a little bit easier to come to the same conclusions.
Well, that tells us nothing. Ha! Yes, it's a shadow of some kind, definitely. From the branches of a tree. There wouldn't be any trees growing inside a hut at the beach, Council.
What's quite remarkable about it is that the two patterns are absolutely identical. How could such an extraordinary similarity have transpired?
The curious matching pattern that appears on both photographic prints is the result of
a camera defect, yeah.
Obviously, it must be due to a problem with the camera used to take the photographs. With the photographic device?
Yes, we can confidently say that the camera's lens must be scratched, and that the scratched lens causes unwanted lines to appear on every print taken with the device.
In short, the two photographs under consideration here were taken with the same camera.
It's like a watermark.
But there must be hundreds of such camera devices here in the capital. It would be utterly impossible to identify the owner of this particular one.
Objection!
I think you're forgetting, Prosecutor Ouchi, that one of the photographs featured in a newspaper article.
One of the photographs is featured in a newspaper?
A newspaper! Ah! That's right. The author of that article is the mystery witness to this crime. What?
Wow! It might have been that I didn't play main series myself. Oh. What's happening? Oh, okay. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with him? What did he even say? Manny memo. Okay. I didn't play main series myself and watched playthroughs until I hit SOJ. So I jumped into the 6th game in a series without actually playing the rest of that. Maybe my oh, that is definitely a different way to play. I see. I see why you were called a raucous England returnee.
What are you yelling about? You've already testified.
It's Manny memo. I tell you, Manny memo. Me, oh.
Soseki-san, what was that? Did you say many memo?
Ever since I returned to Japan, a reporter from the Shoyu News has been hounding me, following my every move. A reporter by the name of Raiten Many Memo. Writing many memo. He's writing many memos. I just came back. I'm gonna need to dip after that. It's just like, ugh, psychic damage from these terrible puns. Oh my god. Looks like the camera lens is scratched. The court can tell because the photos match. And you're rhyming. And you're good at it too. Thank you for your poems. Oh my god, a reporter by the name of Raiten Many Memo.
Yes, hounding me from dawn till dusk. Now that he mentions it.
Yeah, he's always there. They secretly spy, snap shots, scribble stories, and scooper my privacy.
Could that same reporter be...
A camera to the left of him, a notebook to the right. There I am, stuck in the middle with Raiten Many Memo. So you're saying that this picture was taken by Many Memo, yes! My lord, your excellency Esquire. Officer, find this newspaper reporter at once and bring him to my courtroom. Hey Jake, welcome in. Howdy. Brain's still working very hard. It's doing a good job. We'll adjourn for a short recess in the meantime.
Oh, yes, your excellency.
As you say, your excellency. And one more thing. I want this knife, a murder weapon, examined for traces of poison. You will solicit the assistance of the Imperial University's medical department for the task. Understood? Meh. Meh. Many memo! Alright. First part done. Making some progress here. To be continued. Right now. I wonder if I could finish this today. We shall see. Save. Alright. You did it! I did it. I didn't get stuck. To be continued immediately. To be continued right now. Yes. 13th April, not April, I'm sorry. 13th August. I saw A and I was like, A is for April. 10:41 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature Defendants, Antechamber 3.
I'm so sorry, Susato. I should have told you about the toxin. Ray.
You have a strong sense of responsibility, I know. That's why you decided to shoulder the burden alone.
No, that's not it at all. I was scared of my failure coming to light, that's all. So I hoped to retrieve the substance from the Englishwoman before anyone found out. Before the trial started, do you remember what you said, Susato? That you had no doubt in your mind about my innocence, that you would stand by me to the last.
I remember.
And yet I didn't deserve your trust in me. I hid important details from you, Susato. I completely betrayed your faith in me. Hit me, Susato. I deserve it. No, in fact, throw me to the floor. No, that's too good for me as well. Drag me through the city streets.
She will do no such thing.
I'm no better, you know. Oh. Even though in my heart I knew that you'd pulled the knife blade from Miss Brett's back, there was just a brief moment when, in my mind, I doubted you. Susato, I'm sorry. After I stood here and promised you that I'd stand by you and always be on your side, I betrayed your faith in me too. And as such, I failed you as a lawyer. Oh no.
I think this situation has taught both of you a valuable lesson. Placing your unbridled faith in another is no easy task.
Yes, Father. That fact has certainly struck home. Which is why I can see more clearly now. So, Ray? Yes? Can you find it in your heart to forgive me?
Oh.
Oh, Susato. You know you'll always be a gallant, dashing lawyer in my eyes now. Oh, Ray.
Now kiss. They're so cute. Baby lesbians. It's okay, time has no meaning. I thought it was still August for a minute earlier. Oh my god. How goes day one of this so far? Pretty good, pretty good. We're basically in like the tutorial case right now, so I feel like we will probably finish it today. But yeah, we're actually playing as Susato now, which I'm very excited about. She is posing as a male student in order to represent her best friend here. And it's amazing. She's doing her best. She's doing great. Yeah, her client is her very, very good friend who can't stop talking about how gallant and dashing she is. Yes, that too.
I was so scared, you know, when it happened. I didn't know what was going on. The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. I know it was you who stole the poison. Well now, whatever do you mean? And then, a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet. Or collapsing on the floor in front of me with a knife in her back. It all happened right before my eyes. And you were the only people in the hut at the time? That's right. Just Miss Brett and myself. There was no one else. So I just don't understand how she could possibly have been stabbed like that.
A great mystery indeed.
I still can't believe it happened. That's why I just couldn't bring myself to speak up.
It will be alright.
However it happened, and whatever really went on by the sea that day, I promise you that I'm going to prove everything you've said you saw is true.
Spoken like a true Mikotoba. Now, I think we should discuss what's coming up in the trial, don't you? We don't have much time. We must make sure we have our facts in order.
Yes, I expect the poison is going to come under close scrutiny in the upcoming proceedings. The police should hopefully have identified it on the blade by now. The trouble is, it's a completely new laboratory-synthesized blend of alkaloids. The police won't have any way of testing for it. Oh, I see.
Yes. Without this chemical reagent, it's impossible to detect the toxin.
Chemical reagent?
A reagent? I think it's reagent. I sent a colleague of mine off with some earlier to deliver to police headquarters. I think perhaps you should have some as well, though, just in case. Chemical reagent has been entered into the court record. A special indicator solution for a new poison under development by my father's team. It's been created in strict secrecy and exists only in my father's laboratory. Okay. Are we able to use it or anything? Oh.
The label appears to be written in a foreign language that I don't know.
It's German, so your knowledge of English is going to be of little help here, I'm afraid.
Couldn't you just have written medicine on it in Japanese? Then we'd all be able to read it.
German is the international language of medicine, my dear. Oh. But yes, I can certainly see the merit in labeling the bottle in Japanese. Though I'm not sure medicine would be entirely appropriate. Mm-hmm. And that's it for that. Okay. What's the matter, Susato? You're suddenly very quiet.
It's this newspaper article. Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. I'm wondering how the information got out, given that it was a government secret. It was all the Englishwoman's doing.
What?
It was when the professor and Soseki-san were being interviewed at the lab. That so-called English lady swanned in, and without any compunction said to Professor Mikotoba,
She swanned in?
"Oh, Professor, surely your guest would love to hear about your work on that substance there."
Put me in a very awkward position, to be frank. But Soseki-san's curiosity had been piqued, so I had little choice but to give him a cursory introduction.
So then, Soseki-san knew about the poison.
Yes, and it's highly likely that the reporter who was writing up the story about us would have caught a glimpse of the toxin too.
Miss Minimemo-san. By the way, did that reporter join you all when you went to the beach? Oh, no, I don't remember the reporter being there.
He was behind the hut, apparently. Indeed, he shouldn't have been. I very much doubt anyone would have wanted him there.
Oh?
A known criminal had been given permission by the authorities to bathe by the seaside. Soseki-san pointed out that inviting a reporter might be problematic, so the man was sent back to his office.
Yet he obviously didn't go back. He secretly followed the party to the beach and took this very candid photograph. And then presumably he posted it anonymously to the police.
Yes, that must be what happened. Counsel, we just heard the new witness is now ready to testify. Oh boy. Trial is about to resume. Please proceed into the courtroom at once. I wonder if he's the murderer? I don't know. It's time to steel ourselves once again, then. Defense attorney Ryutaro Naruhodo?
Yes. Ray has put her faith in me now and told me everything. So I can't let her down. I have to prove that what she's telling the court is true. I have to prove what really happened that day.
You know, another thing I just thought about is, would Susato, even if she were a boy, be allowed to do this? Because she's only 16. I feel like you probably have to be an adult? I don't know. I think she's posing as an older boy and a boy. 13th August, 11:30 a.m., Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 1. I hereby call this court to order as we reconvene to continue the trial of Rei Membami. Prosecutor Auchi, have you summoned the new witness?
Before I address that question, Your Excellency, I have some very important news to share.
Oh?
What news? And why does he look so happy about it?
During the recess, with the collaboration of Professor Mikotoba's lab at Yume University, the police re-examined the knife that was used to end Miss Giselle Brett's life.
Excellent. I admire your rapid handling of the matter.
Oh, too kind, Your Excellency, too kind. I was merely carrying out your instructions, of course.
I had the Regent delivered to police headquarters by rickshaw, so it would be there in good time.
But judging by the man's swagger, I fear we might need to brace ourselves for the inevitable.
And, counsel? What were the results?
This dagger, which was so cruelly used to end the life of the victim, has no trace of poison anywhere along its blade.
I already knew that was gonna happen.
Because the poison was in the pen.
What? Are you sure about that?
But now I don't know why the knife was there.
I would stake the reputation of the police on it.
So I feel like maybe the knife was stabbed, or she was stabbed with the knife, and then the pen was used to, like, squirt the poison into the wound, but didn't actually stab her, which is why it doesn't have any blood? But who did this? I don't know. And that'd be a lot for her to do to herself, so... I don't know. Kazuma was still technically only a student and would have been allowed to act as an attorney if Ryu hadn't interjected first, so I don't know. I just wonder if there was like an age limit for who can be a lawyer. I don't know. Because as students, they were like 20-something, so that makes more sense to me, but... Oh well. Armed with the Regent, this test is extremely simple. They couldn't have made a mistake. The murder weapon has been entered into the court record. A small knife from the scene of the crime that was found in the victim's back. No trace of poison was found on the blade.
In short, the accused's feeble excuse earlier has been utterly destroyed.
Well, let me look at this knife. Let me see... Ah yes, this must be the victim's blood.
Oh dear. Blood is never a pretty sight, is it? I'm having to fight the urge to run it under a hot tap and get it clean.
You've always been fastidious about cleanliness, haven't you?
I think this is something else, Father.
Okay, so we got the blood. Doesn't look like there's anything interesting about the knife. Okay. You never know.
Now, the prosecution is ready to call the new witness.
Ah, the newspaper reporter who managed to capture a photograph of the crucial moment. Good. Very well. Officer, bring in the witness.
No trace of poison on the knife. But if that's really the case... how could the toxin have entered the victim's body?
With the pen. There he is. Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Sorry, I did the wrong voice. I gave him a normal voice for a second there. He cleared his throat. Write in many memo of the Shoyu News. I'm what people like to call a giorno. Buongiorno.
What's a giorno, Father? Do you know?
Simply a contraction of journalist. I'm there where the news breaks, putting pen to paper to catch those scoops so they're in print the next morning. They don't call me the hero of the Herald for nothing. The nice guy of news. If nothing else, she's a pro at the overdramatic posing. True. Very true.
So, it was you who took this photograph, was it?
Well, well! What have we here?
I'm sorry?
Ooh, brace yourselves, people! Many Memo senses a scoop in the offing. Female student up to foul play, defended by curiously handsome young lawyer in Supreme Court. Curiously handsome. Curiously handsome. That's an interesting phrase, too. You're so handsome that it's weird. It's odd? Curious? There he is, Memo Man! I don't think you want to be a nice guy of anything, but yeah. Nice guy is not a good thing. The readers will lap this up. We'll set it above the fold at 72 point in a 5-leg format for the morning edition. Huh? Right then. Let's start with your name. Oh, right then.
Oh, it's Ryotaro Naruhodo.
Next, what made you want to become a lawyer? This is an interview now?
Well, I wanted to reform our country's legal system, I suppose.
Ryotaro has suddenly become very ambitious, I see.
I just borrowed Kazuma-sama's dream for a while.
By the way, my name is Taketsuchi Aochi. That's Taketsuchi Aochi. The so-called Dark Horse of the Supreme Court. My objections strike fear into every defense lawyer's heart.
No, the readers won't buy that.
What?
Witness? Yes? What this court demands to know is whether or not you were responsible for the taking of this picture.
It was delivered anonymously to the Imperial Police Bureau only yesterday. Yeah, I wouldn't be a Giorno if I didn't click quick when presented with a scoop like that, now would I? Sometimes stories call out to me. Sometimes I have to chase them down, but either way, you've got to be fast. Fast legs to run with and a fast hand to write with. It's no good if you don't note it down, I always say. That's what I call my many-memoism.
Many-memoism?
Ah yes, I remember your face. We met that day when you were interviewing myself and Soseki-san. Yes, right! That was me! Many-memo again! But you were supposed to be going back to the Shoyu news offices after our meeting. But the scoop is, I didn't! Because that English woman's words had piqued my journalistic interest.
Miss Brett's words?
A criminal left to do as she pleases just because she happens to be a British citizen. It's horse dung! This country's judiciary is run to the core! Well, that sounds like a motive. Maybe he did it. The Supreme Court's rulings aren't worth the paper they're written on. The police are just imperial pawns. Ooh.
Stay your tongue, young man. There are complex political issues at play.
Oh, my phone. My phone was listening to me and writing down everything I said. Hold on. My Siri heard me. It said, "Do you Siri judiciary is run to the core." Well, that sounds like a motive. Maybe he did it. The Supreme Court's rulings are worth of paper that written on the police. I just imperial ponce. Oh, say your tongue, young man. They are complex political issues at clay. What the heck? She must have thought I was talking to her. Oops. Oopsie. Just realized that Shom's little icon thing that appears on some of his and Iris's stuff looks like the Pikmin flower with 4 petals, and now I'll forever associate him with that series. Aww. I love Pikmin so much. She wants to help with the case, yeah, I guess so. I had to decrab in order to perform a many-memoism. Everyone decrab right now. Decrab! There are complex political issues at play. Well, anyway, I quickly jotted down those words she said in my memo pad. Are you ready? I'll read it out. It's all here. Right, here goes. Can't decrab, I'm a cancer. That's true. Okay, never mind. Some of us cannot decrab, and that's okay. Some of us, the crab is built in.
I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast.
A serious criminal going on some junket? The people need to know about this. That's why I decided to sneak after them. To get the woman's story so I could hammer her in the press. Do you mean to say that you did indeed witness it firsthand? The grim scene portrayed in this photograph? Oh yes, I saw it with my very own Giorno eyes. From start to finish, through the viewfinder of my trusty camera. Thank you, Memo-san. You will now give a formal testimony before the court. You will state exactly what it is that you witnessed of the events surrounding Miss Brett's death. Alright. Camera never lies. The beach hut was made of shoddy old reed screens, so there were plenty of gaps I could see inside through. That's creepy. The Englishwoman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the Englishwoman to the floor as she stabbed her in the back. My smoldering Giorno spirit burst into flames. Quick as a flash, I whipped out my camera, ready to click. I pulled apart the rough weave of one of the screens and poked the lens through for the perfect shot.
Reed screens, you say?
Right. You can see them clearly enough in that great shot I snapped. Yup.
The hut walls were just screens made of coarsely woven reeds. Yes, it allows the breeze to pass through and bring some relief from the summer heat. And it was a breeze for me to poke my camera through and see the whole thing hotting up.
Ignoring for the time being the appalling invasion of privacy involved, did you witness everything that happened from the moment the defendant entered the hut?
Oh yes, I saw it. I saw the whole thing from start to finish.
And you say that you took the photograph through a gap in one of the screens?
Luckily for me, they were pretty shoddily woven. I pulled the reeds apart and thrust the lens of my camera through the gap. Would I get away with it, or would I be seen? It was the gamble of a lifetime.
A tenacity of purpose that's considered admirable in a journalist, I suppose.
Run a risk. Oh my god. I'm sorry. I'm having such a hard time reading today. I feel like I'm stumbling over every other dialogue. I'm sorry. Run a risk one day, run a scoop the next. That's many memoism in a nutshell. At last. It would appear we have a genuine witness to this wicked crime. The evidence and testimony are extremely compelling. I believe we may be close to a verdict.
No.
Of course you're stumbling over every other word. Every other word is shit like many memos. That's true.
Wonderful news, Your Excellency. Wonderful.
Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that this testimony begs one very large question.
What question?
Exclusive news, a startling photograph, all the makings of an exceptional story for the reporter. Yeah. Why, then, was the story never published?
Oh, that's right.
Why was the story never published? About the murder. He's hiding something. You're only human, Bishi. Or am I?
I promise I am.
It seems clear to me that there are circumstances at play here that are yet to be understood.
Ah, more pathetic excuses.
Very well then, counsel. Proceed with your cross-examination.
Yes, Your Excellency.
I always thought they were pigeon. Perhaps that is more true.
There's more to this reporter than meets the eye. He's keeping something about this case very close to his chest.
As close as those suspenders? Oh! Wait a second. I just noticed something. His armband is the same as the emblem on the pen. Right here. So this is his pen. RM. What was his name? Writing many memo! It's his fucking pen! Okay. I've got it, folks. I've got it. So, the English woman didn't steal it. It was this fucking journalist. Ooh. So Many Memo was the one who stole the poison. The pen is his. I guess he might be the murderer too. Because he has a motive. I think so. Special Investigator Bishi at your service. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Hammer never lies. He's gonna be writing his last memo soon enough. So ominous. Just realized another name pun. What did I catch exactly? 0 of these? I really feel like you get them better if you, like, say them out loud. Like, if you're just playing this in your room and you're reading in your head, you might not get them, you know? Just like, typos in a paper. It's better to read it out loud. You catch them easier. The beach hut was made of shoddy reed screens. There were plenty of gaps I could see through.
Hold it!
What made you want to see what was happening inside the beach hut in the first place?
Call it Giorno instinct. Can you think of a better reason?
Oh, I don't know. Perhaps because, as well as being a proven criminal, the person inside was a young woman.
Ah, I see where you're going with this. Brace yourselves, people. He's painting the journal as a voyeur.
It's hardly slander, sir. You had a camera, and you were taking pictures without the woman's knowledge.
Nope, you've got it all wrong, little student boy. I almost thought for a split second he was gonna say little shit. I don't know why. I really, truly thought for a split second, I thought he was gonna say, you got it all wrong, little shit.
Sorry?
To my mind, all that was inside that hut was a scoop. Nothing more, nothing less. Scoops know no gender, man or woman, it's all news. That's not even mini memoism, it's basic journalism. Listen here, you little shit, yeah. New meme, this guy snapping his suspenders saying, you've got it all wrong, little shit. New reaction image.
If only the courtroom was as indiscriminate.
Right, so if that's all buttoned up, can we move on? Yeah, it's a changing room. I don't think just saying your journalistic instincts kicked in is valid. Tell the court then, witness, what sight befell your eyes when you looked inside the hut? A sight that vindicated my journo instinct, that's what! When I pulled back the reeds, I could see it all as clear as day. Englishwoman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her. That's true.
Hold it!
So you actually saw Membami-san entering the hut?
Yup, and she was raging like my Giorno spirit.
And the argument you mentioned, what was that about exactly?
You stole it. I didn't steal it. That kind of thing.
Talking about the poison, I suppose.
The student girl walked right up to the Englishwoman and really started laying into her. I mean, if she'd laid into her anymore, there would have been eggs. Okay. Alright. A man should have been an author. His descriptive talents are wasted on journalism. But the student's rantings fell on deaf ears, like a Japanese person listening to English for the first time.
He really ought to work on his similes first, though, to be honest.
Anyway, the point is, that woman in the dock was mightily angry.
And her temper finally got the better of her, it seems. Dear me.
Which was the climactic moment that I caught on film. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the Englishwoman to the floor as she stabbed her in the back. This, I feel, is a lie. Okay.
Hold it!
Do you swear before this court that you actually saw the precise moment when the stabbing took place?
Ah, the precise moment? I didn't see just that. I saw the whole hellish scene play out from start to finish.
I have here a simple plan of the beach hut. Perhaps you could use it to explain to the court exactly what you witnessed.
Right you are! It's all here in my many memo pad. When I first peered into the hut... Okay, let's see. So the entrance is on the right. I guess the stool is at the very back. Table is at the bottom there. Where the wine glass was, there's the trunk, and then that's her dress in the top left of it. I'm sure that the Englishwoman was on this stool at the back of the hut here.
Yes, the accused's own testimony confirmed that.
Yeah, let me look at the... Yeah, there's the stool back there. And there is a big gap right there, too. If he stabbed her, that could have been where he stabbed her, right there, in that gap. I see that.
She just sat at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly, is what I have noted down.
It's my turn to testify now. Try not to interrupt.
Ugh.
Then, the next moment, as I was watching, the evil student girl entered the hut. After a while, the pair of them ended up in the middle of the hut, arguing furiously. The Englishwoman went for the student, but the girl dodged out of the way. Okay. That's weird. And, in a flash, plunged the knife into her adversary's back as the two passed each other. Okay. What you describe is a grim crime indeed. Never sugarcoat the truth. That's what many memoism says.
But you're lying.
A plan of the layout of the small beach hut where the victim was found.
By the way, Many Memo-san.
Let's look at that. Okay. Well, there is an inconsistency with what he said, right? Because he said that they were kind of like flipped around each other, and then as she passed her, she stabbed her in the back. But in the picture, she's stabbing her in the back when she's already on the floor. So I feel like that's something I could say. Okay.
Whilst you were watching that terrible scene unfold before your eyes through the gap in the screen, did it not occur to you to try to prevent the tragedy rather than capture it on film?
Uh-huh. Journos have to be observers. We can't get involved. That's our raison d'etre. I don't know how to say that.
So you didn't converse with Miss Brett at all?
Obviously not. Yeah, you just stabbed her. That's all. An observer always remains on the outside looking in.
And that's something to be proud of, is it?
Your Excellency, if I may. Yes, Professor? I think the witness's last expertly phrased statement should perhaps be added to his formal testimony.
Father, what are you...
I will grant the defense's request. Many Memo-san, you will supplement your formal testimony with the aforementioned statement. Well, nihilism is the foundation of many memoism, but I'll gladly prove that my words aren't meaningless. Okay. I never once set foot in the hut, nor spoke with the Englishwoman. I was there only as an observer. So... that is the last testimony we get. Okay. Right? I don't know, actually. I don't think we pressed on everything, huh? This is what we just pressed him on. Okay, let's press everything in order. I'm gonna get confused. My smoldering journal spirit burst into flames. Quick as a flash, I whipped out my camera, ready to click.
Hold it!
The court is fully aware of your desire to capture the incident on film, I'm sure.
Let's see, real quick.
But why, then, did you choose to post the photograph anonymously to the police?
I'm afraid I don't understand a word that's coming out of your mouth, huh?
I'm asking why, as a journalist, you decided not to make a story out of the incident.
Think of me as a sculptor who makes art out of the sordid private details of other people's lives. But I never discuss my own personal life on principle. I mean, that's basic many memoism.
It's not something to boast about.
No doubt your burning desire to see the truth exposed and justice done was what motivated you.
That's it. That's brilliant. My burning desire to see something or other exposed.
There has to be a good reason why he didn't think to write an article about what he saw, though.
By your own admission, you were outside the hut. How, then, did you manage to take the photograph? Ah, yes, that! I'm glad you asked. Hold apart the rough weave and poke the lens through for the perfect shot.
Hold it!
But the two women inside didn't notice?
Ah, Obviously not. If they had, where would I be right now? In jail, that's where.
Which you would think would make you reflect on what you were doing.
No, a journo's job is to collect little snippets of life as unobtrusively as possible. Leave nothing but footprints. Take nothing but photos. Yes, that's spot on.
Did he just make that up?
The point is, the witness risked life and limb to obtain this photograph. And this photograph reveals the whole truth. There is nothing more to be said.
Yeah. I never once set foot in the hut or spoke with her. I was there only as an observer. This is not true.
Hold it!
But I don't know how to prove it yet.
Really? You didn't set foot inside the hut at all? Are you quite sure about that?
I think you may have the wrong impression of me. We're talking about a murder scene here. My nerves were stretched to breaking point already.
Oh, I see. You were scared? Maybe I did have the wrong impression of you, yes.
It was all I could do to stifle a scream and hold my hands steady enough to snap the shot. You really should have summoned help before thinking of your camera. Many memoism and humanism don't always agree. Wow. No ethics. And most of the time in those instances, many memoism comes out on top. Huh. As a sculptor of stories, sometimes I have to be cruel for my art. Yes, that's spot on.
Surely he's making all this up.
He claims to have spied the whole affair from start to finish. True, his testimony is devastating. But it does seem as though he's holding something back, doesn't it? That's how you feel. Oh, sorry, that was her saying that. If that's how you feel, I suggest that you trust your instincts and press him on everything he said. As you've no doubt seen done many times before in your role as judicial assistant.
Yes, I have. I've seen witnesses like this pressed often. I know exactly what to do.
Well, I already pressed him on everything. Alright. Actually, it's about a lack of ethics in game journalism. Imagine having ethics, oh my god. Imagine having a conscience. Which statement was newly added? That was the last one. At this point, we're just gonna have to look at all the evidence. I never set foot in the hut or spoke with her. Alright, let's see if I can figure anything out. Never set foot in the hut. Maybe he's spoken to her. She was here, wasn't she? Raucous England returnees tell all. This is the interview with you and Soseki-san. I'm a little over animated. Capture the moment he karate chopped me on the neck. You weren't hurt. Okay, so that's it. And then the back is about the medicine. I don't know if I have evidence for... I mean, I must have evidence somewhere, but... Never set foot in the hut or never spoke to her. Man, set foot in the hut. I'm assuming it's true that he never went in the hut. I think that is true. Maybe it's a red herring, like maybe I'm not supposed to react to this dialogue. Never once set foot nor spoke with her. I was there only as an observer, I feel is the one part that isn't true. All I know is that this pen is his, and this pen is probably where the poison was kept. But I don't know if that's... I don't think it's time to present it yet. I could try it. I can't think of anything else. It's either that, or maybe there's proof that he did talk to her before. I don't remember if he said he did. Let me save again. I don't know if they put a red herring. Right. I don't know. Because I don't know what else I would react to. Let me look at everything he said again. And plus, usually when you have new testimony, that's what you react to. We just go through it again, just in case. It's made of shoddy old reeds. Plenty of gaps. Yep, that's true. She was sitting on a stool when she came in and started arguing with her. I remember that's true from the other testimony. And then she pulled out a knife, throwing the Englishwoman to the floor. She stabbed her in the back. I also thought of the inconsistency with how she was stabbed and what he described. So I could also react to this with the photo and be like, you know, she stabbed her when she was on the floor, if anything, but I don't know. Yeah. I guess let me react to this first. And I will present the pen.
Objection!
Many Memo-san, until now I've had a firm belief that newspapers are in the business of uncovering and publishing the truth.
You're spot on there. The press doesn't lie, which is why I'm proud to wear the emblem of the Shoyu News on my arm. I guess this is it. In a way, that's more many memoism.
Sadly, though, it seems the journalists who write for those papers don't always share the same passion for the truth.
What are you suggesting with those recriminatory words, Counsel?
Many Memo-san, do you recognize this fountain pen?
Uh-huh.
This pen was found at the scene of Miss Brett's death. In fact, the murdered victim was gripping it in her hand as she died.
What are you?
If you look at the barrel of the pen, you'll notice that its owner's initials are engraved there. R.M.
Yes, thank you for bringing that up, Counsel. The initials of the accused, remember me.
Is it a coincidence, I wonder, that your initials are also RM?
No!
Uh-huh. Write-in Many Memo, RM.
That's horse dung! Can't you see? One of the central tenets of many memoism is being a pencil user. Then why are you tapping it on your tongue? 'Cause that's what you do with a pen.
And yet, as the court will clearly be able to see, on your right hand...
Oh, and there's ink as well.
There is a very obvious blue ink stain.
I did see that. It would appear that you must have rather carelessly left it somewhere recently. Your favorite fountain pen, that is. Horsey horse dung!
Many Memo-san, is it not the case that before she died, you met with Giselle Brett in that beach hut?
Objection!
Oh.
Why should we listen to this absurd nonsense? It's nothing but another excuse.
So the pen is proof that he was in the hut. I didn't think of it that way. Okay. I knew that ink stain was gonna be important. Yeah, I should have known. I didn't want to mention it in case I accidentally gave something away. No worries.
It's nothing but another excuse.
Exactly. Shoyu News will stand behind me all the way. I deny everything. There must be as many people with the initials RM as there are stars in the night sky. What about the logo?
The defense has neither the time nor the inclination to count every star in the sky. And there's no need anyway, because this pen has more to tell. Yes, there is another clue. A clue that undeniably proves who its owner really is.
In that case, Counsel, the defense will now show the court where this alleged clue lies.
Of course, Your Excellency.
The clue on this fountain pen that clearly reveals its owner's identity is... right here. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to present it. It's nice that you do get this last chance to, like, look it over before you have to present.
Got it!
As well as the initials, there is also an emblem on this fountain pen. An emblem that you will of course recognize, Memo-san.
Goodness me! It's the emblem of the Shoyu News.
In other words, the owner of this pen is an employee of the Shoyu News, whose initials are RM. Suddenly the stars in the night sky don't seem so numerous, do they? Well, Memo-san, how do you respond?
No! Order, order! Explain yourself, witness! So, this is how the mighty Supreme Court works, is it? Using coercive tactics to have well-meaning citizens reveal harmless secrets.
I've used nothing but honest tactics.
All right then, fine. I won't try to hide it anymore. Yes, not long before that grim tragedy unfolded, I, a Shoyu News reporter on behalf of the public, conducted an interview with the Englishwoman. Oh. I lied earlier. The reason they changed Rei's name from Hayori is because she needed to have the same initials as Memo. Oh! Interesting. I appreciate the secrecy. Do not spoiler me. I would have never known.
An interview?
You never mentioned this before.
When exactly was this?
As I said, it was before that evil little student girl showed her face in the hut. It couldn't have lasted more than 2 or 3 minutes, that's all. It was just a brief exchange. But it came to nothing, and as we many memoists say, the people don't pay their dues for unworthy news. However insignificant you deem it to be, this court cannot overlook the meeting between yourself and the victim. You will testify now under oath about the precise nature of this meeting and what transpired. Got it. Yes, all right. But on one condition. Condition? In all good conscience, I couldn't speak out alone about this. You need to call back the earlier witness, Soseki Natsume-san.
Soseki-san?
Oh yes, according to my notes here, that man has a secret of his own, and brace yourselves, because it's not a harmless one. It's big.
What?
Huh. I don't want Soseki to be bad, please. Many memoism states that one man's secret is every other man's front-page story. Very well, I will grant the witness's request in this instance. Officer, summon the earlier witness back to the stand.
Soseki-san, hiding something.
Interesting. The witness's secrets. I asked the Englishwoman for an interview, but she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss. Then, watching secretly from outside, I saw the woman being stabbed and the other witnesses come running. The detective realized that the victim still had a pulse, so he ran off to fetch help. That's when this writer man here asked the woman a very significant question. But he didn't say anything about that in his testimony, which is why many memoism demands I reveal it now. Okay, what did he say? You mean to say the victim... The victim regained consciousness? And when she did, you decided to ask her a question?
That's,
true, yes. He did, and that's not all. The woman gave him a very definite answer. An answer that incriminates the accused. This is preposterous. Why am I only hearing about this now? Why didn't you mention this before, you yokel hack?
It wasn't even a conversation! Yes, I did pose the withering English rose a question. I don't deny it, but she could no longer speak. She was barely conscious even.
Counsel for the defense, I expect a thorough cross-examination to be conducted here. This court must and will know the truth.
Absolutely, Your Excellency. The reporter is claiming that Miss Brett implicated Ray somehow? What on earth could have happened in that hut?
Cross-examination. The witness's secrets. I asked her for an interview, but she declined, so I left without making a fuss.
Hold it!
You asked her for an interview, you say?
Well, of course I did! I wanted to ask her about the incident she was involved in at the end of last year.
About the case in which Dr. John H. Wilson lost his life.
That's not the way I phrased it. Many memoism calls for straight talking. Why did you murder Dr. Wilson is how I put it to her.
Yes, that sort of talking is as straight as a ruler.
Ask every question as if you're asking for a menu in a restaurant, I say. It's the best way. A veteran at the paper taught me that.
And how did Miss Brett answer?
With one simple phrase. Mystery is a woman's charm. Phew, that told me. So I waltzed right out of there.
Really? Something about that doesn't quite seem to fit together.
Leave every room as if you're waltzing in a dance hall, I say. It's the best way. A veteran at the paper taught me that. Watching secretly from outside, I saw her being stabbed and the other witnesses come running.
Hold it!
That was very persistent of you, considering that Miss Brett had just turned you away.
Persistence wins the prize. Any memoist will tell you that. Let them think you've left, then, just when they lower their guard, that's when you swoop in for the scoop.
And the fruits of your labor are all too apparent in this telling photograph. Though I'm sure the young yokel student would rather not be reminded of this damning evidence. Actually, it's thanks to that photograph that we managed to identify this witness.
And now that you've found me, I'll tell you whatever you want to know. I've got nothing to hide. That's a lie.
I'm sure.
Please do go ahead, witness. The court is eager to hear what you have to say.
Try to stop me. There's a story to tell here, and I'm going to tell it. The main witness keeps talking about memoism, which is A, not a thing, and B, extremely difficult for Bishi to say. I think I'm doing pretty good saying it. It's not too bad. I'm not paying attention, I start messing up. The detective realized the victim still had a pulse, so he ran off to fetch help.
Hold it!
And Soseki-san remained behind in the hut?
That's right, yep. Our author friend here was a blabbering wreck, shaking all over from his head to his toes, mustache twitching, eyes bulging. What do you expect? You don't know the terrifying troubles that taunted me whilst traveling abroad. Back behind baleful bars. They'll be coming for me, surely. That's all I could think. I felt as though I were gasping for air, drowning in a sea of cold sweat.
Poor Soseki-san. His experiences in London have scarred him deeply.
As the world seemed to close in around me, I quietly recited a prayer to Amida Buddha. Eternal emptiness, empty, eternity. The end is coming for me, surely. Those sutras are to resound in my courtroom, please. And now we come to the crucial part. That's when it happened. That's when this writer man here asked the woman a very significant question.
What question? What exactly did he say?
Well now, you should hear that from the horse's mouth, I think. Did I say horse's mouse? The horse's mouse! From the horse's mouth. Don't you, Mr. Writer Man?
Ah! Out with it, you yokel hack! What did you say to her? What did you say to the dying Englishwoman?
Well, in truth, I'd been catching crabs at the water's edge and building castles in the sand, you see, before I decrabbed. Well, the seaside is a place to be at leisure, I suppose, even for a grown man. But then, all of a sudden, from that little beach hut,
A young girl's panic-stricken cries for help pierced the air. Hey. I ran up the beach to see what was happening, to find the defendant leaning over the collapsed victim. As soon as Inspector Hosonaga saw Miss Brett on the ground, he sprinted off to get help. And then, just a moment later, I heard a faint moan. A moan from the dead Englishwoman. I nearly jumped out of my skin! But what did you ask her, Soseki-san? I asked her, who did this to you? Okay. Don't protract this any longer. How did the woman respond? She didn't! She said nothing in response! But... Uh-huh. When in the stand, you will answer the questions asked of you unambiguously. Now, without evasion or reticence, I demand that you amend your testimony. I will! Poor Soseki-san. His experiences with the British have scarred him deeply. I asked her who did this, and she never replied. Okay.
Hold it!
So you tried to find out who the culprit was. He who asks a question is a fool for a minute. He who does not remains a fool forever. And having been labeled a criminal twice during my time in Great Britain, I was quick to make up my mind. Better to be a fool for a minute than remain a fool in prison forever!
However, you've indicated that the victim failed to respond. Is that correct?
I know why. I know why the Englishwoman said nothing. She was ignoring me because of my stupid mustache! Because I'm Japanese! Oh dear. Soseki-san has really developed a dislike for the English, it seems.
Having read the report on his time in Great Britain, I can't say I'm surprised at his xenophobia. They're actually just calling it what it is, okay. But the Englishwoman didn't ignore you at all. Now, are they gonna call out the British people for being, xenophobic? Because, that was a thing. Has the stream decrabbed? I certainly hope not. But the Englishwoman didn't ignore you at all. Did she, Mr. Writer Man?
Well, yes, alright. She did respond in a manner of speaking, I suppose. She just lifted a trembling finger and pointed in the direction of the defendant.
Oh.
Poor Soseki-san has been fidgeting constantly in the stand, next to Minimemo-san.
Yes, like a naughty child who's waiting for punishment from his parents. Rather reminds me of you when you were younger.
I was like that?
Never mind that now. The question is, how far can we trust this reporter's account of events? We must focus our energies on gathering information and establishing facts.
Yes.
Okay, so we gotta press him on that last thing I just missed. She just lifted a trembling finger and pointed at the defendant. Well... if she pointed at the defendant, she's also pointing at the gap in the wall where the guy had probably stabbed her, the reporter. So that still works.
Hold it!
Miss Brett pointed a finger at the defendant? Soseki-san, is that really true? It's not easy to stand here and say this, but when we first entered the beach hut, the Englishwoman was sprawled on the floor before us, with a student girl standing on the far side of her. And when I asked who did this to you, the Englishwoman summoned her last ounce of strength to point a trembling finger at the back of the hut. Which was, it can't be denied, in the direction of the student girl who stands accused today. No.
So Seki-san, why on earth did you neglect to mention this in your original testimony?
But fiddlesticks, I say!
This is not a British court of law. You will respond in Japanese.
Yes, of course. The Englishwoman did point her finger towards the back of the hut, but I was trembling, and she was trembling, and everything was a blur. And thinking about it, I feel as though perhaps she was pointing in a slightly different direction.
Oh.
Actually, no, not slightly, in a very different direction to where the student girl was standing. To somewhere at the back of the hut, where nobody was standing at all. You mean that your memory of events and the direction in which the victim was pointing are both unclear?
Yes, that's it. Unclear. I'm very, very unclear.
Objection!
Your Excellency, surely this proves the matter beyond all reasonable doubt. Yes, the woman may barely have been conscious, and yes, perhaps her finger wavered slightly, but there can be no doubt that this was an attempt by the victim to confirm the identity of her assailant. Why? Because as the court can see, there was no one other than the accused in the direction the victim was pointing. That's not true. It is now abundantly clear that no one besides the accused could possibly have committed this crime.
I am inclined to agree. And in the absence of any credible argument to the contrary, I believe we can now conclude this trial.
No. No!
The headline's writing itself. Dashing lawyers hopes dashed. 92 point across the whole page. We'll do an extra edition. This is a serious blow, Susato. Unless we're able to identify the true culprit and substantiate our claim with evidence, the judge will give his ruling and the trial will be over.
But that's impossible, Father. We don't even know how the crime was committed yet.
Impossible though the task may seem, we have no choice. We must think back over everything we've learned thus far. Somewhere in all those details, I'm confident we'll find the clue we need.
Ray gave us her account of how events unfolded in the defendant's antechamber before the trial resumed. She told us what happened at the precise moment Miss Brett was killed. The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying,
And then a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet, collapsing on the floor in front of me, with a knife in her back.
How could Miss Brett have been stabbed in the back in a beach hut that was empty but for herself and Ray? Somewhere amid all the information we've gathered so far, there must be an answer to that question.
I take it then that the defense has nothing further to add. Oh, I will in just a second. Alright.
So, the gallant yokel student's luck finally runs out. I can't say I'm surprised.
In that case, I am ready to deliver my final verdict on this matter.
This is a crucial turning point now. If I can't establish what really happened, it's over. Where was the real culprit hiding? And how did he or she stab the victim?
I know.
Objection!
Your Excellency, I respectfully ask you to postpone your adjudication for the time being.
Oh? To what end, counsel?
The defense would like to present the court with an alternative theory. An alternative theory that can explain who the victim was actually trying to implicate with her dying gesture.
Objection!
An alternative theory? None exists.
Objection!
There was someone else present at the scene who could have committed this crime.
What?
And the victim, Miss Brett, tried to reveal who it was to those around her at the time by mustering all her remaining strength and pointing a trembling finger in the killer's direction.
This is fiction. Fantasy. Hey Juma, welcome. I love that in their own way, everyone acknowledges Susato makes for an attractive guy. I know, it's so funny, so gallant, so curiously handsome. Time for a theory. Alternative theory. Alternative game theory? Very well. As you seem so sure of yourself, Counsel, I'm prepared to hear your alternative theory. So, young Ryutaro Naruhodo.
Yes, Your Excellency.
You will present your latest theory to the court by means of this plan. At the moment the victim was stabbed, where exactly are you proposing the culprit was concealed?
Back here. Outside.
Take that!
Naruhodo-san would never give up, and I'm a Naruhodo now. The true culprit who fatally stabbed Miss Brett was concealed in this location here.
Are you mad, Counsel? You're suggesting the culprit was outside the hut.
What?
It's the truth! It's the truth, I tells you! Order, order!
But student lawyer Naruhodo-san Esquire, that makes no sense at all.
You've just pointed out the exact spot where I was hiding to get my scoop snap. Thank you for pointing that out. But I didn't see any suspicious individuals loitering about. I can swear to that.
Obviously, if the culprit had been outside the hut, there is no way that he or she could have stabbed the victim who was inside the hut. Actually, Prosecutor Ouchi, there is a way. And, in point of fact, the defense can provide evidence strongly suggesting that is precisely the way Miss Brett was killed. You're bluffing. You're bluffing, you yokel!
Defense's assertion is clearly too fantastical for the court to comprehend. You will need to give us more guidance, counsel. What piece of evidence corroborates your theory that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut? Okay. Let me see. It could be this picture because there's a gap in the wall at the back. I think it's gonna be that picture. Or it could be this one. Maybe it's gonna be the other one. Because there's a gap here. I think I'm gonna do this one. It's that one or the other picture. Is that not right?
Well, I presented it now, but I haven't the first idea why I chose this piece of evidence.
Okay, I'm sorry. Sorry. Let me try the other one. If it's not those two, I'm gonna have to think here for a second. Oh.
Take that!
Okay, it was this one. That was my first idea. The original photographic print of the crime scene.
Yes, it's clearly visible in this print. The trace of the fatal thrust that was delivered from outside the beach hut.
Objection!
Okay.
Do you take us for fools? There's no hint of any such thing! I'm not sure that everyone present would agree. Someone, at least, appears to have noticed what it is that I'm referring to.
Counsel, once again, I must call on you to be explicit for the court. Where on this photograph is the trace of the stabbing which you claim took place from outside the hut?
Right here.
Take that!
Look closely just here. In the screen at the back of the hut, you can see the effects of a blade having been forced through the reeds. No, I can't! I can't see any such thing! It's true that the hut in question had 4 walls, as you would expect. However, by parting the reeds, a knife blade could easily penetrate them.
This is extraordinary.
Yes. The true culprit actually stabbed the victim from outside the beach hut. And of everyone present at the scene, there is only one person who could have done that. Only one person who was directly outside the hut when Miss Brett was killed. Raiten Menimemo-san, it could only have been you.
No! Oh no!
Objection!
This preposterous idea leaves me almost speechless. Just look at the photograph again. The victim lies almost exactly in the center of the beach hut, does she not? Are we to assume, as part of this farcical scenario, that the assailant was a knife thrower?
Objection!
No, of course not. We're not. If you recall the testimony of the defendant about the events just before the victim's death. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me, as if she knew she was untouchable. A stool! Have another look at the photograph.
Have another look at this photograph.
A slit in the reed screen would align perfectly with the back of a person who was sitting on that stool.
My word. So, fact, the victim was...
Hild was sitting on that stool, by a stab wound to her back delivered through the reed screen. Having been attacked, Miss Brett rose to her feet instinctively, But then, unable to speak, she collapsed on the floor in the middle of the hut, before the defendant, Membami-san's appalled eyes. And that, Your Excellency, is the truth of what happened on the beach that day.
Did we do it?
By your silence, Menimemo-san, I take it that you don't deny the charge.
This is absurd!
But it's the truth.
That will do. It appears that we have a tacit admission of guilt from the witness. Accordingly, this court has successfully established the truth of this matter, which means that the defendant, Membami-san, is innocent of the crime. We done it?
Oh, thank goodness. I finally made him cave.
I must say, never been more proud.
No, this can't be. The Ouchi clan can't. What of my growth? My growth of hope? It wasn't all an apparition. I can't accept this. I won't.
I see no reason for the continuance of this trial. I will therefore move to conclude proceedings by delivering my final verdict and, of course... I had a feeling we weren't done. Well, this is all very convenient. This is how the highest court in our mighty empire delivers justice, is it? Suppressing well-meaning citizens' freedom to speak and branding them as criminals.
But we've established that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut, through the reed screen walls.
And no one but you was in place at the time to have his hand on the hilt of the blade. It's a perfectly logical deduction. So, your argument hinges on the location of whoever stabbed the Englishwoman, does it? Well, it seems a little irrelevant now.
Irrelevant?
Where she was stabbed, how she was stabbed. It doesn't matter. I mean, whether she was stabbed at all makes no difference if you think about it. After all, this trial's already shown the whole thing hinges on something else, the poison. Well, the poison was in your pen, doofus. We haven't proven that yet, but I know it's true.
What are you talking about?
Brace yourself, little man. I'm talking about the fact that everything's changed because of the dirt you dug up.
What?
Enough obscurity. Explain yourself, witness. What's to explain? I'm talking about the poison, of course.
The poison?
Let's ask the professor for a comment on the situation, shall we? I understand that a deadly poison you were developing was stolen from your lab, correct? And it's been shown that this poison was administered to the victim, Miss Brett. Is that right? That is correct. The unusual constriction of the victim's pupils are a sure sign that this particular poison was used. I see. So, presumably that means that the victim already had the poison in her body before she was stabbed? Huh. Given that her pupils were clearly constricted, it seems highly likely, yes. How long does it take the poison? Minutes. It would take minutes. Okay. I guess that could have happened. If she had been dead already, the poison could not have circulated in her blood.
Ah, how refreshing to hear the argument of a metropolitan mind. Precisely. It matters not a jot who stabbed whom and whose back and with whose blade. Because, quite simply, the Englishwoman's life was taken not by the knife, but by the poison.
Objection!
But that can be explained by the poison being on the blade, as I already...
Objection!
No.
Forgotten already, have we, yokel? During these very proceedings, the lab of the professor at your side assisted in proving that the blade of the weapon used to attack the victim had no trace of poison on it whatsoever.
So let me get this down. The facts, as skillfully established by the defense in this trial,
turn out to be a headline-making red herring. Is that about right? Well... Ah! Order, order! But, where does this leave us? How, in that case, did the poison enter the victim's body? There was an undeniably obvious answer to that. The lady most likely imbibed it.
You mean she drank it?
There was the spilled glass. Have another look at the photograph here. As you can see, a bottle of carbonated water and a glass had been knocked onto the sandy floor of the beach hut. The poison could have been slipped into either.
So somebody made Miss Brett drink it.
Well, what do you know? Look at those dashing eyes. This will make a great front-page shot. Hey, why the bewitching stare? After all, I'm the last person you should be looking at. It would make no sense at all that I poisoned the woman, would it? That's been established already.
Hold it!
But you did talk to her before.
Established? What are you talking about?
Don't tell me you've forgotten. That's a little hard to believe, given that the person who established it was you.
Me? What on earth does he mean?
Ooh, let me capture those wide eyes. This is prime press fodder, this is. It would seem that this trial is not destined to end after all. I hereby call upon the witness to give further testimony. That's great, that is. Let me get a shot of that magnificent beard, Your Excellency. You claim it to be impossible that you are the one responsible for administering the poison to the victim. You will explain to the court in your testimony the basis upon which you make such a claim. I'm a journo, and I'm a man. I've never tried to run or hide from anything in my life. And I'm not about to start now, because that's many memoism.
For a brief moment, I thought I'd illuminated the truth, but it slipped right back into obscurity again. Just where is this trial going to take us? Look at this photograph!
Complete innocence. Take another look at this photograph. I'm too sleepy now to come up with a rhyme.
That's okay. That's alright.
Alright. How much more of this trial, for those of you who play this, do y'all think is left? Are we like really, really close to being done? Like another 30 minutes? Or is it longer? We are getting close to the end of stream. But I did kind of want to finish this today, because it's like the tutorial case. And I feel like I'm hoping that we're close to being done with it. We might finish soon, but I don't know. I'm trying to decide if we should leave it for tomorrow or not. Didn't see any suspicious individuals. Have you not considered that taking pictures in a woman's changing room makes you suspicious? Yes. I think we're relatively close, I hope. Probably. Okay. So I feel like now we just need to prove that his pen had the poison in it. But I don't know how we're gonna get to that point. And then after every trial, there's usually like a little, like, end scene. Oh yes, I stabbed the Englishwoman, and it's that very fact that proves I'm innocent. Because why would I have bothered to stab the woman if I'd already poisoned her? So you could frame someone else? When I heard the student girl and that pompous English murderer arguing, it got my goat. If the courts weren't going to punish Brett for what she did, someone else would have to see justice done.
So, you admit it then, that everything happened as I described. That you are the one who stabbed Miss Brett in the back through the reed screen.
You can blame this miserable country of ours. A country that bows to the pressure of foreign powers and lets murderers walk free. What kind of future can a country like that have? So, I mean, even if she was poisoned before he stabbed her, that would just make him also guilty of trying, at least attempted murder. You know? That's why I did it. I did what our pathetic leaders didn't have the guts to do. Slap bang in the middle of that charming lady's back. I plunged the blade of sweet justice right in there.
As someone who spends his life seeing that the truth is told... Seeing that the truth... Is that what he said? Seeing that the truth is told. I feel really, really awful about giving false information in my testimony before. Yeah, I'm sure you do. But as it turns out, there was somebody else who had it in for the victim and got to her before me. That's right. You guessed it. That pretty little student girl. Now there's a woman after my own heart. Huh?
You're implicating Ray again.
She's the one who gave the poison to the Englishwoman and ended her pitiful existence. And suddenly, snap. This journo here is off the hook. Not really. The argument is sound, certainly. The witness had administered the poison himself. He need only have waited for it to take effect. Subsequently stabbing the victim in the back would have been entirely nonsensical.
And therefore, this reporter had nothing to do with the poisoning. Yes, it's all quite logical.
That's right, it is! Logical and true. I'm glad you've all seen the light. Justice at last.
This is unbelievable. And after I'd made so much progress in proving his guilt, is he going to get away with it now? Think of Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san. They never stopped looking for a way forward until the judge's final gavel.
Very well then, counsel. Proceed with what I assume to be your final cross-examination in this trial. Okay, so yeah, we are pretty close to the end here.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Alright. Complete innocence.
This shit is unbelievable.
I stabbed her, and it's that very fact that proves I'm innocent.
So, you do admit that you had murderous intentions towards Miss Bennett, then?
Miss Brett, not Bennett. Miss Brett. Huh. The woman's very existence offended my sense of justice.
Your sense of... He's claiming some sort of righteous indignation?
She was pure evil, a cold-blooded killer who committed murder right here on our empire's soil. But did our good-for-nothing government do anything? Not a chance. So I had to step in. Fly the flag of justice. Put things right for the people. Yes, it was my civic duty. That's what drove me to do it.
So in summary, murderous intentions then?
Whatever you want to call it, the point is this. That Englishwoman was a blight. So I had to do what was right for society.
Yet a real wrong was done by the student girl in the dock, a crime for which she must pay.
Obviously, because the poisoning was nothing to do with me at all. Because why would I have bothered to stab her if I'd already poisoned her?
Hold it!
So you still maintain that you didn't give the poison to the victim?
Obviously! That'd be like putting a belt on your trousers when you were already wearing braces like these.
The accused administered the poison, following which this witness stabbed the victim. An unforgivable act, certainly, but not one of murder. That crime rests on the accused's shoulders. That is how the law works, you see, yokel. Who knows? You may even learn something here today.
2 consecutive attempts on her life in the space of minutes. Quite a day for the victim. Do something that evil and you've got it coming. That's how the law works. The law of reckoning.
That's not the kind of law this court upholds.
You'll reiterate why you were compelled to stab the victim then, witness. Okay. Hey, Green, welcome. This part. I am having a time. Love how expressive all the animations are. Overall stretches are so good. Yeah, it's great. Apparently, I've been told the budget for this second game is less than the budget for the first game. But I think that's going to more so affect the, like the cutscenes and stuff? Right? Or is it also going to affect the animation? I mean, so far the animation is still great. Just as good as the first one, I would say. When I heard the student and that pompous English murderer arguing, it got my goat.
Hold it!
What exactly were they arguing about? about what happened in that restaurant 9 months ago, that's what. No, it isn't. The student girl was laying into the Englishwoman for killing her beloved mentor, Dr. Wilson. Yes, John H. Wilson, professor of medicine, invited here from England by Professor Mikotoba, no less. Right, but the Englishwoman just jeered. Her case was to be heard by the British consular court in Shanghai. However, there is little doubt that she would simply have been acquitted and sent back to her homeland a free woman. Oh. It was eating that student girl up inside. You could see it. I really felt for her. That's not true. Yep. I can't stand here and listen to this tripe. Ray, young girl, you stand accused here. You can't just blurt out whenever you feel like it. No, you can't. Sorry, but I'm in the middle of some very important testimony here. Just keep quiet and listen. But this awful man is making all of this up. Susato, please, you have to make them listen. Who's Susato? I don't know who that is. Return to the dock at once, Memba-mi-san. We are in the middle of a cross-examination. Your Excellency, please, I implore you. That journalist is clearly not a trustworthy witness. Exactly. He's a filthy, rotten, black-hearted, bigoted, dirty, great, peeping Tom. Whoa! Take it easy there. Please, I really think the court should hear what the defendant has to say. Your Excellency, I see no need whatsoever to entertain the accused's remarks. I will grant the request of the defense. Oh. But Your Excellency! This is likely to be the final cross-examination of these proceedings. As such, I believe it would be ill-advised to stifle the defendant's obvious concerns. So, whilst recognizing that this contravenes regular protocol, I hereby call upon the defendant to speak. Oh. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Okay. It was nothing to do with Dr. Wilson. We were discussing the stolen poison. Right, okay.
Hold it!
The stolen poison that killed the victim, you mean? I suspected her of being the one to steal it. I mean, just think about how she killed Dr. Wilson. That's true. Additionally, Miss Brett certainly had knowledge of the new poison. But surely it would be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government. Indeed, all visitors to the lab are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult. Unless you have a pen! For the secret compartment. Well, more like the ink cartridge. That's true. I pestered Professor Mikotoba until he agreed to show me the poison when I visited his lab. But as I left, I was searched from top to tail. Miss Brett rather bluntly revealed the existence of the toxin we've been developing, you see. And since Soseki-san expressed such an interest in it, I felt unable to refuse. Obviously, I gave nothing away other than the fact that it was an extremely potent substance. I'm very ashamed of myself. It's just that I've had a singularly terrible experience with a deadly poison. Haven't noticed any real differences, at least so far. It's looked just as good. Yeah, I would never have known, at least so far. We're in the first case, but... I feel like they put the normal amount into the animations at the expense of cutscenes, which isn't to say they're bad. You'll see what I mean later on. Okay. And honestly, like, I'm fine with that, because the cutscenes are... I mean... they're not the main focus of the game to me. I would rather that all of the animations are still just as, like, expressive and animated, so to say, as the first game than to have, like, extensive cutscenes or anything, so... I'm fine with that. I wanted to look my old enemy in the eye! Surely you can understand that! To find out if my suspicions were true, I confronted Miss Brett about the poison. I told her that if there were to be an incident involving it somehow, it wouldn't just be the university. The military would be dragged into it. The whole government, even. It would be a complete disaster. And how did Miss Brett respond to your concerns? She just curled those beautiful lips of hers and said she didn't know the first thing about it. In English, actually.
Ah, yes. Many Memo-san, one small question if you don't mind. I do mind! Can't you see I'm busy? Clearly, you were outside the beach hut listening in whilst the defendant and Miss Brett were conversing. Presumably, then, it was you who wrote this article about what you'd heard. Ooh. Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Lab. The story was published in this morning's edition of Shoyu News. Ah. The details are too accurate for it to have been written by anyone else.
Sorry, don't know what you're talking about. Yes, look at this. The entire article is almost what I said to Miss Brett, word for word.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Many Memo-san?
As a journo, and as a citizen of a free country, I don't have to reveal my sources. That's a founding principle of Many Memoism.
Father's clearly right about this. That reporter did write that article, and he based it on what he overheard from outside the hut.
The details of the poison article are updated. An article about poison that was stolen from a lab. The reporter, Many Memo-san, based it on information he gleaned by eavesdropping.
So that's what it was all about. You were trying to cover up the fact that you were listening in. That's why you came up with that stinking story about me arguing with her.
Shut up! My stories never stink! Look, whatever you say, little girl, it doesn't alter the facts. Your Excellency, there's something I want to say, and I want it to go on record. Very well. You may amend your formal testimony. Sudden breaking news. I now have a girlfriend. Veggie and I happen to have been holding feelings for each other, and we're together as of now. Oh my goodness! Congratulations, Zoe! We gotta do some sound effects for Zoe. Congratulations! Congratulations! Girlfriend acquired! Congratulations, Zoe! That's amazing! I wish y'all many, many, moons together. Oh my goodness, that's so cute! Y'all are cute! Congratulations! Not every game needs Kojima level 45-minute Metal Gear cutscenes anyway, yeah. I've never played Metal Gear. I've played Metal Gear, and yeah. The cutscenes are very long. It's like a movie. Yes, congrats to Zoe and Veggie. Oh my goodness. Yes, all the hype in chat, please, for Zoe. Aww. That's awesome. I'm happy for you. And now to the murder case happening. I'm so sorry. The whiplash. The tonal whiplash. Point is, if you'd poisoned someone, there would be no reason to then go and stab them.
Hold it!
Okay.
Perhaps you doubted the efficacy of the poison and sought to make sure your victim would die.
I did think of that. That's horse dung!
What?
That would be like pouring pepper on your Chinese ramen before you'd even tasted it. Completely reckless. Although, it might surprise you to learn that I am a bit of an impetuous pepper pourer as it happens.
Once the victim had taken the poison, she would have been only minutes away from death. And yet, this man then proceeded to stab her in the back as well. There has to have been a good reason for that.
It was the reporter who gave the poison to Miss Brett, then clearly, he must have done it prior to Ray entering the hut.
Yes, that's undeniable.
Between him leaving the hut and the victim being stabbed, there was one very crucial change in the situation.
Sorry? What change?
The reporter overheard the conversation between Ray and the Englishwoman.
Yes, that's it. That's when Many Memo-san first found out the exact nature of the poison he'd used. That could be the key here.
The victim had unwittingly taken the poison already. The reporter would have had no reason to stab her. On the face of it, that logic sounds entirely reasonable.
But there's no question that this man was responsible for Miss Brett's murder.
D. Crab, the Many Memoist pepper pourer. Oh my god. If we could think of a plausible explanation as to why he might have stabbed her even after the poisoning, I feel sure that everything would drop into place. That's what we should be looking for.
Yes, I agree. And in order to do that, I must try to glean more information.
Okay, if you'd poison someone, there'd be no reason to go and stab them. She did die from hemorrhage, though. Even the smallest amount entering the body from the mouth or a wound from a poisoned blade would prove fatal. Methods cannot detect the newly developed chemical. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, starting with impaired breathing and ending with acute contraction of pupils. It's an entirely new synthesis. So maybe because she was acting normally, he thought that the poison wasn't gonna kill her. So maybe I can present the poison article? I don't know what else I would do. I'm gonna save. I think that's gonna be it. It's gonna be the details of the poison that made him think, oh, maybe it won't kill her. I didn't give her enough or something.
Objection!
Yes.
Well, I can think of one reason.
What?
But before I explain, I'd like you to confirm something for the court. Did you glean all the information for this newspaper article from what you overheard outside the hut?
Of course he did. There can be no question. After all, when we were all in the lab together, all we were told is that it was a terrible toxin.
And there is one more important fact to consider. According to the witness, Membami-san's verbal attack against the victim began as soon as she entered the hut. In other words, it would have been impossible for her to have slipped the poison into Miss Brett's drink.
That's true.
Where are you going with this, Counsel?
Memo-san has made it quite clear that he observed every single thing that happened in the beach hut. If the defendant had somehow found an opportunity, this man would have seen it.
Which means that Miss Brett couldn't have imbibed the poison whilst the defendant was present. In fact, it must have been administered to her before Membami-san entered the hut. Yes, very articulately put.
When I walked into the hut, I immediately started to press Miss Brett about the poison. At which point, Memo-san overheard some worrying information.
Worrying information? What worrying information?
The information which he subsequently included in his newspaper article, namely, that the poison was being developed in strict secrecy and that it couldn't be readily obtained.
Absolutely. In fact, that's quite an understatement. The only possible place it could come from is my lab.
And furthermore, anyone afflicted by the poison would exhibit telltale signs in death.
Okay. I was going for something else in my head. So the reason he stabbed her is because he wanted it to seem like the stab had killed her, because if it was found out that she died from the poison from her eyes, then it would have immediately come back to the poison and then come back to him eventually.
Anyone afflicted by the poison would exhibit telltale signs. The extreme constriction of the pupils. Yes, it's quite stark when you see it. There are other poisons that show similar symptoms, but not among new substances that are undetectable. In other words, it would be clear that the victim's life had been ended by the use of this particular poison, which would reduce the number of suspects to only a handful of people.
Ah. Everyone in my lab is aware of the unique properties of the toxin we've been developing. None of them would be foolish enough to attempt to use it for some nefarious deed. Membami-san being no exception.
Therefore, we can conclude that whoever administered this unique poison to the victim was a layperson unaware of its telltale properties. In other words, someone like you, Raiten Memo.
Yeah!
It was you who stole the poison from the lab that day, and it was you who administered it to the unwitting victim, but you quickly realized that was a terrible mistake, because the poison caused such unusual symptoms and was so traceable. As you listened in from the far side of the beach hut's thin walls, you learnt of these facts, but you'd already given the victim the poison at that point. It was too late, so you hatched a plan to disguise your mistake. A plan that involved stabbing the victim in the back through the reed screen.
Objection!
But what good could that possibly do? Isn't it obvious, Counsel? The plan was to kill Miss Brett before the poison could take effect.
Ah. Once in the blood, the poison causes the onset of pupil constriction. But he had hoped to precipitate the victim's death before that happened, hadn't he?
Exactly. Because without any revealing signs of the new secret poison's use, no one would ever have suspected.
This is extraordinary.
Yes, the effects of the poison meant it would be too easily identified, so the killer had to mask its use, which he attempted to do by plunging a knife into the middle of the victim's back.
No. I want him to just bite his hat or something. Just gnaw on it. The argument presented is sound. The court is satisfied that it warrants consideration. Does the prosecution have a counter-argument it wishes to put forward?
Well, there are a number of, yes, I counter completely.
Objection!
The prosecution's evasive response clearly shows that in much the same way as he nurtures the remnants of his top knot, he is clinging to lost hope.
Lost hope! Come on, give me that not guilty sentence! Oh! It never ends. Man. Oh, he threw it. He didn't eat it, he threw it.
You pathetic, useless, fallen samurai! Fallen? Who are you calling fallen? My burgeoning growth is...
I don't need a counter-argument.
What are you talking about?
It should be blatantly obvious. I stole the poison, you say. Gave it to the victim, you say. Stabbed her, you say. Lots of fine theories. But I don't need a counter-argument because you don't have an argument yourself. Where's your evidence? I have it already, it's fine. Yes, you make it all sound so plausible, don't you? But without evidence, it means nothing. Whereas I base my news on facts. Facts? What do you mean? Explain yourself. I mean what the professor said earlier in this trial. It's all here in my many memos, every word, every slip of the tongue, all noted. That's what the Shoyu News is famous for, the power of the printed word. Surely it would be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government. Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult. How's that then? Blown the story wide open? See, I, write in many memo, a mere reporter from the Shoyu News, couldn't possibly have stolen that poison from the professor's lab. It's not true. It's not true and I can prove it. I'm not stressed.
There can't be any question of it. He must have stolen the poison that day. He stole it and used it to kill. And if that's the case... As you've identified, the poison itself is the definitive evidence we need. Because whoever stole it from the lab that day is the true culprit here.
What's your point, you annoyingly handsome country bumpkin?
My point is this. There is one way that you, Memo-san, could have stolen the poison that day.
I have heard enough verbal conjecture now, thank you. What the court must be shown is evidence. What proof do you have that this witness stole the poison on the day in question?
Take that!
Easy. Easy. The proof, Your Excellency, is this fountain pen.
A fountain pen? How can that possibly be relevant?
These magical pens somehow seem to have enough ink to write many thousands of kanji characters. I believe they arrived in our country for the first time some 15 years ago now. I swear by a weasel hair calligraphy brush and nothing else. These newfangled pens are merely a fad.
Well, as a forward-thinking man of words, obviously I love my fountain pen. Stack up a soupcon of sumptuous ink and one's work is awash with words in the blink of an eye.
That's right. Fountain pens have a small reservoir in the barrel, into which ink is sucked up through the nib of the pen in order to write with later. What does all this talking of sucking up ink have?
And just as it's possible to suck ink up into the reservoir, it's also possible to eject it through the nib again, of course.
My word. Can this really be?
Well, Menimomo-san? When you saw the deadly poison before your eyes in the lab that day, you used your pen, your very lifeblood, to steal some of it, didn't you? By siphoning the poison up through the nib and into the pen's reservoir.
Yeah! Is it done yet?
Objection!
Oh.
More absurdity! That never happened!
Welcome back in, PC Man. I realized another pun I didn't notice before. Oh. Is it one I haven't noticed? Oh, to be annoyingly handsome and dashingly gallant, right?
True. We've heard that there were procedures in place to prevent thefts like this from the lab. But would anyone have thought to look inside a fountain pen of all places?
No. I'm a little ashamed to say that for fear of offending our guests, such a detailed search would not have been conducted. Well, this is quite startling, I must say.
I remind the court that this pen was found in the clutches of the victim when she died. In other words, it was dropped at the scene by Menimomo-san. The crucial question is, when exactly was the pen dropped?
Are you suggesting?
The natural conclusion is that in your haste to act whilst the victim was distracted for a moment, you dropped the pen after you emptied the poison from it into her glass.
Objection!
There could be any number of alternative explanations. For example, the witness could have been using his pen to write down details of his conversation with the victim. And when shocked by one of her outrageous answers, the pen fell from his quivering hand.
Objection!
No, that can't be. If it was, how do you explain why the pen was devoid of ink?
What?
As you can see for yourself if you examine the evidence, there would appear to be no ink present in the reservoir. What newspaper reporter goes to interview someone with nothing in his pen? No, the pen was dropped after the poison that filled its reservoir had been emptied into the victim's glass.
I didn't notice the pen in Show You News or the first half of the one in Write in Many Memo before. Oh, Show You News. See, I didn't get that one. I'll show you. Show You News. Witness, what do you have to say? Nothing? So, this is how our modern justice system works, is it? So, what if the ink in my pen runs dry? What if my what if my pencil snaps? I can always claw my way back into the game. I have plenty in reserve. Oh my god! You just attack everybody? You claim I sucked the poison up into my pen? That's wild speculation, nothing more. If you thought you could bring down a fine, upstanding citizen with a trick like that, think again. It looks as though it's going to take one final decisive blow to finish this matter. As I see it, the situation is now very simple. It rests upon whether or not this witness did indeed steal the poison on the day in question. And therefore, it all depends upon whether or not the defense can prove that he did with evidence. No such evidence could possibly exist.
Menimomo-san, this is how our modern justice system works.
What?
In the courtroom, evidence is everything. Something you would do well to remember. Because we are well past the point of speculation at this stage, I assure you.
Very well, then. I call upon the defense to present the aforementioned evidence.
This is it, then. This will be the final piece in the puzzle.
The defense can prove by means of this item that it was the witness's pen that was used to steal the poison. Right here.
Take that!
Counsel, what is that bottle? This bottle contains the unique chemical reagent that can identify the poison in question. Yes, that poison is an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids developed by my colleagues and I. It would be impossible to detect traces of it by any other method. Or, from another perspective, simply with this chemical reagent, anybody at all could check for traces of the poison. A reagent? What? One drop of the contents of this bottle on the tip of your fountain pen, Mini-Memo-san, is all it will take to solve this case beyond all reasonable doubt. No! You can't! I won't!
Oh? Is that a threat?
Your crimes are bad enough, but at least know when to admit defeat.
Yeah, he really doesn't know how to lose.
Your Excellency, the defense requests permission to carry out the test on the fountain pen at once.
Yeah. Oh! Oh, he's losing it. He's losing it. This isn't my fault. The Empire drove me to this, trying to hold its head high as a civilized nation, but bowing its head. I took up arms in the form of the mighty pen. I fought tirelessly on the battlefield, all in the name of justice and righteousness. Yes, oh, get his ass.
Susato, with me.
Oh, hell yeah.
I'm there.
Oh my god. Hiya! Oh my god. Queen shit!
Did I do it right? That was a Susato takedown, wasn't it? Not quite. That was a Ryutaro takedown.
Oh my god. I love it! I love it!
The instant the first drop of the reagent touched the nib of the fountain pen, it was clear to everyone present.
That was an amazing finish. Loved it! He deserved it, but is this legal? I mean, he was gonna attack everybody, so...
When I saw it there in the lab, the poison, the devil got hold of me and...
I don't even want to hear what he has to say. I'm like, you're done, get him out of here.
I decided to do it on a whim. I excused myself and emptied all the ink down the sink in the bathroom, washing the reservoir out carefully. And then you waited for an opportunity to suck up some of the poison, didn't you? Into your fountain pen. Yes, that's right.
Answer me one thing, Mini-Memo-san. Why did you steal it? For what purpose?
Isn't it obvious? To find out what it was made of and expose it in an article. I mean, it was a secret project after all. Too juicy for a journal like me to pass up.
Then why did the Englishwoman end up dead?
He saw an opportunity and he took it.
I went into that hut intending to quiz her on her situation, that's all, as a reporter. A known killer enjoying full freedom, evading justice by leaving the country. I told her what I thought about it. And she just laughed in my face.
Oh, what's this? A Far Eastern caveman purporting to practice journalism?
Really, you must learn the difference between reporting and listening at doorways, you ignorant plebeian.
What did you call me?
This country, with its pretensions to a justice system, to a free press, it's really very depressing. You see our superior ways in the West, yet you lack the mental capacity to emulate them. Get out of here, you oaf. Get out and crawl back into the cave you came from. That's when I remembered about the deadly poison I happened to have in my pen at the time.
So her, insulting him is what got her killed. Oops! And I don't really feel bad for her because she's a murderer. She killed Wilson, the Watson of this game. So I don't really feel bad, you know. But still, I don't want, Ray to be found guilty, so the journalist. Cause of death British.
What a terrible tale. In my head, I knew I should just get out of there as quickly as possible, but I couldn't. I couldn't let her get away with what she'd done, when she clearly had no remorse at all. I suppose it was my journo spirit, getting all fired up. I'd like to ask you something. Yes? You often talk about justice. But surely as a journalist you could have used other means to deliver the justice you sought. There's no justice in the press. Sorry? After that trial 9 months ago, I kept digging and digging to find out what had happened in that courtroom. And finally I discovered the truth. It was a cover-up. That's what it was. A cover-up? What do you mean?
I would remind you of your position, witness. Be careful of what you say.
Oh, come on. Doesn't it strike you as strange? We're suddenly not allowed to convict a foreign national. Consular jurisdiction should never have come into it. And yet that puffed-up Englishwoman was going to sail away into the sunset a free woman. The only possible explanation is that behind the scenes, some deal had gone down between Britain and Japan. What sort of deal? I'd done my research, dug up all the dirt. It was all ready to be published. But you know what happened. The editor just tore the article up.
Came under pressure from the government.
If our government is going to let criminals walk free, they're going to crush the free press. Then what choice do I have but to see that justice is done myself? Let's not forget, Menimamo-san, that you committed murder yourself, and you tried to lay the blame at the defendant's door. I'm sorry, but you're no better than Giselle Brett.
What? You, once again, you became the thing you hated.
The truth is, you have no right to talk about justice at all.
You're gonna let an innocent girl go to prison.
I suppose.
Anyways, it would appear that we have reached a conclusion in this trial at last.
The truth is, you've become just as British as your enemies.
Counselor for the defense, Ryutaro Naruhodo.
Oh, that's me. Yes, sorry, Your Excellency. Just musing in a manly way here.
It's almost unbelievable that this is your first experience of the Supreme Court. It was an excellent performance. In truth, it very much reminded me of your cousin's exploits.
Oh, Naruhodo-san. Ryunosuke, you mean?
The way he handled the trial 9 months ago, and the way you handled this one, it gives me hope that we are genuinely entering a new era of justice in this land.
That's very flattering, Your Excellency.
Hearing the defense you put forward today made me feel most keenly that the future of our justice system will be forged by you and your contemporaries.
Thank you.
So, Prosecutor Ouchi, do you have any final thoughts? What is that? Hello?
Prosecutor Ouchi?
What is that? Oh no.
I, Taketsuchi of the Ouchi clan, have been bested by a Kello youth not once now, but twice.
What are you doing with that knife, sir? What are you doing with that knife?
If there was any shred of my former self left, it has withered and died here today.
Gosh, your journey to cultural enlightenment sure took a while, didn't it?
Silence!
What is happening?
Rather than living on in shame, I will end it all now with this blade, sir! For that is the true path to Ouchiism.
Ouchiism?
One hopes that's the only way in which he'll be modeling himself after the witness.
Sprig of my topknot. The time is right. For farewell. Hope is lost forever. Taketsuchi.
Oh. She's like praying. Yeah, like, oh, come on, dude. Oh my god. Why are they playing Kazuma's theme right now? Jesus Christ. Now, in regard to the defendant, Rei Membami-san.
Yes, Your Excellency.
I have reached my final verdict. I hereby find you not guilty. Rip the top knot. I was actually worried for a second. I was like, and then I realized. Court is adjourned. Good night, everybody. Good night. Goodbye. Goodbye. There's still a little more. 13th August, 2:38 p.m. Supreme Court of Judicature Defendants Chamber 3.
It's over. My heart is still pounding in my chest, though. It's all I can do just to stay standing. Lawyers have such great responsibility, such a great burden to bear. Don't they, Naruhodo-san? Susato! Susato!
Oh.
Thank you so much. You were so dashing in there. Rei and Father. Honestly, I'm so touched by everything you've... Oh no, I think I'm going to cry.
You're already crying.
It wasn't easy, but together we made it. I was on the verge of tears at the end too. The only reason I'm still here is because of you. Oh no, I can't take all the credit. It took courage to tell the truth in there. You did wonderfully, Rei. So I would have to say that the congratulations belong to you. Susato, don't be so standoffish. Ari? We're friends, equals, and the trial's over, so no more of this formal super humility nonsense. It's time to celebrate with swagger, to throw caution to the wind. Caution to the... what? I'm the great defense lawyer Ryutaro Naruhodo, and I'm taking you out to a milk bar tomorrow. Or something. Right, I see. I'll, think about it, Rei.
It's a date.
At any rate, we really knocked the wind out of that horrid man, and it felt so good. Yes, it was satisfying. It really was. Isn't there anybody else we could throw together?
I hope you're not looking at me, Rei.
Oh, my goodness! No, of course not! Of course not! Ah, there it is at last. Rei's lovely smile.
She wants you to ask her out, Susato. Come on! Get with the program. You fought for your friend to the very last. As your father, I'm extremely proud of you. Defense attorney Ryutaro Naruhodo.
Thank you. But I couldn't have done it without your help. Anyway, it's time to bid farewell to Ryutaro, I think. I shall miss him in a way, but it's back to Susato Mikotoba now. So, I'll never see him again then. What a terrible shame.
What? Oh. What is happening?
Ah, Soseki-san and Inspector Hosonaga. I do hope you've been keeping well.
Is that really you?
Yes, I had to change my appearance for, well, obvious reasons, I hope. But it's me, Susato Mikotoba.
I don't... So dashing, so divine. No! Doubly dashing, yes, and devilishly divine. Just look at you. I had no idea, Miss Susato-san, Esquiress, that you were locum student Naruhodo-san, Esquire's cousin. Astonishingly astounding ace attorney. That should be the title of this video when I upload it. What did you say? I'm writing that down. It's a long title, though, to be fair. Maybe that'll be the title for tomorrow's stream instead. Might be too long for YouTube. Had a name drop. Had to do it. Master of disguise. I still remember the first time I ever met him. He was in a prison cell in London. What an extraordinary conundrum it was that the unwitting student from Japan found himself embroiled in.
But after Naruhodo-san's skillful defense at the Old Bailey, Soseki-san was free to return to Japan. And now he seems to have earned himself great fame as an author. I'm stunned! That's a truly impressive disguise. Even I had no idea, and I'm a chief inspector at the police bureau. Who came up with Mr. Turtle, no less? Yes, very impressive. I'm not sure you should be admitting to that, Inspector. Amazing. You're a woman of many faces, I see.
Another Master of Disguise. I did play 1 through 3. I have. Also, they, them pronouns for me, please. But I'm not upset or anything. You're good.
You're a woman of many faces, I see. Just 2, really. And this was a once-in-a-lifetime event, I hope. I'm not a patch on you, though, Inspector.
I don't know what that means.
Well, I am a professional, of course. I do worry about Inspector Hosonaga sometimes. I really do. 9 months ago, when he appeared here at the Supreme Court to testify, he was undercover, disguised as the head waiter of a restaurant. And then on the steamship to Great Britain, of course, disguised as a sailor to keep us safe on the journey.
Kazuma!
But that didn't help you, did it, Kazuma-sama?
Yeah.
From my perspective, I have to admit that I have mixed feelings about all this. I mean, now the truth has been lost forever. What do you mean? I'm talking about the murder that the Englishwoman committed at the end of last year. Ah, yes, it was an English doctor she killed, as I understand it. Dr. John H. Wilson, yes. The man I invited to Japan personally. The mystery is, why did she kill him? And now that the culprit herself is dead, we'll probably never know the answer. On the voyage to Great Britain, we had a most unexpected encounter. With Mr. Herlock Sholmes, the great detective, I mean. Yes, I remember Mr. Sholmes well, of course. Ah, my arch-nemesis. How lightly you utter his name. Well, according to the stories published about him in the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, the detective once had a partner who helped him solve crimes, a best friend. And that man was an exceptional doctor of medicine by the name of John H. Wilson. What? Dr. Wilson? I just can't believe that it's a coincidence. I think that the English doctor of medicine killed here in Japan 9 months ago.
Oh my goodness. Is that a raid? Ami! Oh my goodness. Ami, welcome in. Ami sometimes. Welcome, welcome. What were you playing? You were playing... Let's see. Where is... Oh, Tears of the Kingdom! I still haven't finished that game. Oh my god. I copied the wrong thing. That's okay. Just my username in italics bold. Welcome in, y'all. Thanks so much for the raid, Ami. We are just finishing up this first case of the second Chronicles game, Ace Attorney Chronicles. So I don't think we have much of stream left, but I appreciate the raid. Welcome in. It's been a long 4.5 hours doing this very first case. But yeah, welcome in, y'all. Welcome in, Ami, of course. Cosmo downtown. Ensif. Welcome in, Crotch Applin. Welcome in, Rupee. Welcome in, everybody. Howdy. If baby lesbian's the case, yes. We've got some baby lesbians. Oh, not part of the raid, but coming in at the same time. What a coincidence. Well, welcome in. Welcome, welcome. Crotch Applin, currently Crotch Dipplin. Crotch Dipplin. Welcome in, Opal, as well. Howdy, y'all. My name is Bishi, for anybody who's new from the raid. Obviously, right now we're playing some great Ace Attorney Chronicles, and this is all that I'm streaming at the moment. Thank you for the follow, Rupee. This is what I'm streaming all the time. I stream every Tuesday, Friday. But I play lots of different games usually. I'm a big fan of Yakuza. I believe Ami is also a fan of Yakuza. I also love Pokemon, so I'm hoping to start the DLC when it releases, I think soon. I think next week, actually. Yeah, so I'll be starting to play Pokemon and Ace Attorney soon. I also like Zelda, of course. I haven't streamed the Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom games, but I am playing it on my own. What else? I like to play Resident Evil on stream, so we do horror sometimes. I'm kind of like all over the place with genres. We go from like serious, dramatic Yakuza to Pokemon, just across the board. So I like to play all kinds of stuff. But yeah, right now we're all Ace Attorney, and probably in the next couple weeks we'll be Ace Attorney and Pokemon after that. So yeah, Pokemon, y'all. A fan of Pokemon too? Oh, I would never have known. I would never have guessed. How could I have ever known that? There's no way. But yeah, welcome in, y'all. Like I said, we're playing some Ace Attorney, which is like all voice acting all the time. Which is why when we go over my usual 4 hours, my throat is hurting. So we're wrapping this up. But thank you so much, Ami, for the raid. And if y'all in my community are not already following Ami, you really, really should. Ami is amazing, very funny, very sweet, and plays all kinds of stuff, including Zelda, including Yakuza, including other things that I can't remember. But yes, 4 hours average. Yeah, mine is shorter. I used to do 6 hours average, and I would go for like 7 or 8 sometimes, but I did that for a long time and basically burned out. So I go easier on myself now. I just do 4 hours. And sometimes I'll go over that if I feel up for it. But yeah, this is healthy. I'm taking notes. Yeah. Especially I start stream late, 8:30 my time. So right now it's already 1 a.m., you know? So I can't really go for 6 hours like I used to. Otherwise I'd be up all night. But yeah. Ami averages 5 hours. She always goes over that, though. Yeah. I mean, I can't really blame you. You know, sometimes the game is so fun you can't help it, but... Anyway, yeah. Here we are. I just finished the case, actually. We found our defendant not guilty. And we're just kind of wrapping up at the moment. 2 a.m. for you right now. Oh, so you're like an hour ahead. It would be like... Because I'm Central Time. I'm from the Yeehaw state of Texas. For any of y'all that didn't know. I also have lots of cowboy hats because of that. I have a little rainbow one. I have 3 of these, actually. I think I also have a giant rainbow one. Yes, I do. I have a giant rainbow. Yeehaw! There you go. Oh, from Canada. We have some Canadians in the community as well. We got people from all over, really. Lots of different places. But all with a common interest in video games, nerdy stuff, and many of us also share a love of yams, or booties. We've got like 3 butt emotes. Let me put them in chat. Lots of booties there. Also from Mars, interesting. How's the weather there? I've always wondered. More booties, yes! Let's see. Susato was saying, must have been the friend and partner of Mr. Sholmes. And yes, if you don't know, the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, there is canonically Sherlock Holmes. But to avoid copyright, his name is Herlock Sholmes. So they just kind of reversed it. But yeah. And he's pretty fun. He's a silly little guy. And a lot of people are thirsty for him, from what I've seen. Mars-tastic, good to hear. Alright, yeah, the partner of Mr. Sholmes. So we're talking about the fact that basically the game's Watson was murdered by this English woman. If that's really true, there's the baby. And the poor girl won't ever see her beloved father again. That is Wilson Watson, his daughter. As you know, I traveled to Great Britain once myself to study. It was around the time you were born. Yes, grandmother told me about it. On returning to Japan, I took up my professorship at the Imperial Yume University. But I also serve another role, as an advisor to the government on diplomatic affairs. Yes, I was aware of that as well. In that case, I'm sure you understand that there are some confidential matters I cannot divulge to you. Secrets? Government secrets?
Could you just tell me one thing? Why did you summon me back to Japan?
Was he not sick?
It's been 2 months now since I returned. When I left England, it was because an urgent telegram had arrived from Japan. It said that you'd collapsed with a high fever and you were growing weaker by the day. What? Where did that news come from?
He lied!
That's what I'd like to know. Because after that long sea voyage, I found you in fine health, Father. Was there something in Great Britain that you perceived might inconvenience me in some way? Or harm me? That's really the only explanation I can think of.
Dear me. Do you reserve your most cutting glares for your father, Susato? I'm sorry, my dear. I simply can't—
Ah! Let me go! What? What are you doing here? Criminal!
Many Memo-san. So, one throw wasn't enough for you.
I've got one last thing to say before they take me away, Professor.
Me?
I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on. In that visiting student's fate.
Visiting student? Giselle Brett, you mean?
No, not her. The student of law who left for Great Britain 8 months ago.
Student of law? He must mean Kazuma-sama. What are you talking about? What does any of this have to do with Kazuma-sama?
Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England, that he died on that steamship, and that he'll never—
Ah! He's dead. Oh, the judge? The judge knocked him out!
Well, I didn't expect to find him in here. What were you officers playing at?
Terribly sorry, Your Excellency. The judge has a lower half?
He has legs! I was coming to tell you that the rickshaw has arrived, Yujin, and it's a good job I came by. Yes, thank you for dealing with him, and I'll be there shortly.
Judge jump scared.
Your Excellency.
Ha ha ha. The trial's over. I'm not Your Excellency anymore. Merely your father's friend, Seishiro Jigoku. And may I say that since I saw you last, you seem to have taken on a more dashing appearance. Susato.
Did you know all along? From the start of the trial?
Ha ha ha! A judge sees everything, Susato. I couldn't let you take the risk. If Seishiro here hadn't known, and then he'd recognized you. So I had a word in his ear beforehand. As an old friend,
Wow, they just did a favor.
So Seishiro, shall we?
A lot of S's.
Yes. Having ruled on that case, we now have various diplomatic issues to address.
Where you go, Father?
Sorry, my dear. We shall have to return to our earlier conversation at a later date. But well done again, both of you. You did admirably.
Oh, thank you so very much.
What did you think of my Seishiro sling, eh? It's been a while since I sent a man flying like that. Ha 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 ha.
Whatever could Father be hiding from me? About Giselle Brett, about Dr. Wilson, and now it seems, according to the reporter, about Kazuma-sama. I'm going to have to bring this up with Father sometime, when nobody else is around.
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba-san Esquires, could I have a word?
This case never ends. I thought the tutorial was supposed to be short!
Oh, yes, of course, Sasaki-san. What is it? I think perhaps it could be fate that we're meeting again like this now. You see, there's something I need to tell you.
Oh?
I believe that it may be related to the reason why your father summoned you back from England. This I have to hear. Please, Sasaki-san, tell me at once. I will! As you know, my time in England was terrible. Cursed, I have no doubt. Such awful things I was embroiled in. Thank goodness locum student Naruhodo-san Esquire stepped in. After he secured my freedom, I couldn't wait to get on a ship back here to my homeland. Having arrived in Japan, I submitted a report about my experiences to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The next thing I knew, I had a visitor. It was your father, Professor Mikotoba. He wanted to ask me all sorts of things about my report. My father? He seemed to be especially taken with a particular part of the report. Anyway, he left eventually, having thoroughly quizzed me. But it was the very next day that he sent the telegram to you asking you to return to Japan. What was it then? A particular part my father was interested in. I don't really know exactly. But do you remember them? Those 2 terrible cases I was caught up in? Of course, I could never forget. Father seemed to concern himself mainly with the second case. Second one? You mean the one Mr. Sholmes forbade any of us to talk about in public? Which is why the only case involving you that any member of the public is aware of is the first. Well, I don't care. I don't have to listen to what that dastardly detective says. Anyway, the point is, it seems that case somehow holds the key to all these curious unanswered questions. That horrific, hideous, heinous case. The case of the haunted lodgings. That case somehow caused my father to summon me urgently back to Japan? I thought that whole business was over, but it seems I was wrong. Perhaps that was only the start. Perhaps the story is not yet told. But it will be next time! To be continued? To be continued? No? Oh dear God.
So, the mystery of that English woman's death is solved, thank goodness. And having stood in the Supreme Court now, I think I can comprehend a little better. How you must be feeling as you fight for people's freedom in a foreign land, Naruhodo-san. But actually, I'm writing to you today because of another matter. I met Soseki-san and we talked about that second case he was involved in. Father has said nothing to me, but I feel certain of it. That case holds the key to some great unsolved mystery. My notes on the case should still be in the office, tucked away at the back of the shelves on the left. Perhaps you might like to look over them again. Today, for the first time this year, it feels as though summer has arrived. The sky is a brilliant blue. It makes me long to see you again. Yours, Susato.
Okay. Finally done! That was an hour longer than I thought it would be. And I don't mind playing Ace Attorney, it's just... my voice hurts. It's a lot of voice acting, I can only take so much. Alright, let's save, and that's gonna be it for the stream today, y'all. Finally done. That's the never-ending story right there. Never-ending trial, my god. Okay, it's done. And now tomorrow we can start episode 2. I'm tired. Goodbye, everyone! There's my social media. I am active on Twitter and YouTube. Also have a Discord if you'd like to join. That is the best place to be for stream updates, like the schedule every week, or if I have to cancel stream or anything. We also hang out in there and talk about all kinds of stuff if you want to join in and be a part of the community. But either way, I hope you'll have a wonderful night, and I'll see y'all next time. Bye!